Good evening, everybody. I hope my sound is okay. I hope you're having a wonderful evening tonight. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Hey, Daniel Barry Sports Highlights, Stars Z, Heidi Prus. Oh, my gosh, Cynthia. Firefighting Fairy, phone number 42. Yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Here we are for another night of this. I want to try something out and see if it works. So tell me if this sounds okay. If it sounds too loud or something, just let me know.
Because I'm going to probably use a lot of this tonight.
Hey, how's it going, Patrick W? Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh man, have we got a good one? Have we got a good one for you? Good evening from Oregon. Yes. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful evening tonight. I'm sending. Now, I did send out a couple of invites, so there is always that possibility that they're not able to into the helium. Yeah, cool. Into the helium you are. Cool. I just wanted to make sure it worked because I have other ones that are even better. Like I can get really deep if I wanted to, like dark in the hole, if you know what I mean. I think I got it working properly. I don't think it messes everything up too much. But yeah, we've got a couple of people that might be dropping by tonight. And what I'm going to do is, it's already kicked off, but most of this stuff is pretty boring. So, I'll be doing some of the bad lip sync along with it because, that's how it goes. Sometimes you just got to do it. You can't help it. Yeah. I forgot to invite somebody. There we go. And damn it, I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. All right. Cool. Yeah, this is going to be a longer night. So I figured, might as well get into this thing a little bit early on. And, we can have a lot of fun with these people. So it's a little bit behind, probably about, I don't know, like maybe 20 minutes back or something like that. So, but we'll catch up soon enough because, we'll skip over quite a bit of these people as it goes on.
I am Becky Pringle.
Becky Pringle,
President of the largest labor union in this country.
That's
the
scary.
National Education Association. As an 8th grade science teacher for over 30 years, I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher Tim Walz understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong.
That's true. That is true.
They know expanding free school meals, investing in healthcare, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Schools support our educators and help our students live into their brilliance.
You're a liar.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just...
Well, there's a reason why they don't pay their teachers more. Safe, how many? Yeah. They're definitely not doing very much to keeping the schools safe. And if they were worried about their teachers and paying them more, then they would just pay them more. But they pay their union dues. The union president gets a nice fat salary.
It's wrong. They're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down
you're a liar.
the Department of Education.
That's not true, Jack. You're a liar!
And make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than...
Well, that's not true. That's just simply.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Need I say more? Not all teachers deserve it. Good teachers deserve to get good pay. You didn't like that, huh? I was hoping you guys would like that. Trump has told them to stop 2025 to the DNC group multiple times. Of course. Well, because they know that it gets to them. That's why they'll keep harping on it. But yeah.
Millionaires. But we are coming together to say, not on our watch.
Lady, you don't know what you're talking about.
So we will organize and we will mobilize and we will win all the things. So come this January, we will have a president who sees us, who believes in us, and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy.
You know you're a liar.
And her name is Kamala Harris.
Liar!
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president.
Oh, this woman. Oh, yeah. She's the one that wants to make sure that win what? Yeah. That's amazing. It's just like when Camel Toe becomes president, we will make everything better. And she's the only one that can do it. But she's been here for 4 years and she still hasn't gotten anything done. I mean, the border? Come on.
Of the AFT and a public school teacher. One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract.
That's bad. That's bad. Maybe you should have taught them civics. Maybe civics would have been a better idea. This makes you a really poor teacher.
How both individual
Hey, King
freedoms
Paco.
and
Hope
mutual
you had a wonderful day
responsibility
also.
are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark.
Whoa. All I can say is that this is what it looks like to me. Yeah, I heard enough from her. She's a waste of space. Ah.
My name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States Senate.
You know what? I'm pretty sure if I asked him, he would probably just
Gay.
just saying.
But the titles I'm most proud of are husband to my beautiful wife Angela and father to 3 young gentlemen.
That guy doesn't sound like a father. He just saying that he sounds.
Now, as a father, when we talk about the future of our country, it's not just hypothetical. For me, it is very real. Every day I go to work in Washington, I think about my kids and the future we're building for their generation. And to show you how Kamala Harris.
So is tonight going to be one of those gay pride nights? I wonder if it's going to be a gay pride night. But hey, if they want to be, then, Oh, that's right. Now it's the alphabet pride or something like that.
Will treat America's kids as president. I'll tell you how she treats mine. Because whenever she sees Roman, Alejandro, and Diego, she greets them with kindness and respect, literally meeting them on their level to speak to them. And
why? Why do you meet kids on their level to speak to them? I mean, I don't understand this. So maybe somebody could explain to me as someone that doesn't have kids, because I don't have kids, but I don't bring myself to their level. I try to bring them up to my level, which isn't far from where they're at most of the time.
And to listen. And every fight that Kamala and I have taken on together has been about making life better for this generation and the next. As a state senator, I stood with then Attorney General Harris as she took on the big banks to keep.
Oh, wait, that's right. As she tanked California. Well, let's see. She tanked San Francisco, then tanked California, and then tanked issues at the border. Oh, he's done really good. My chat was sent before I finished. Coming from a kid of a retired teacher, this is my perspective. Good teachers deserve it, but those who perpetuate certain ideals and don't focus on teaching don't. You finally fell asleep. Awesome. Glad you did.
Keep kids and their families in their homes. As California Secretary of State, I knew her as a fearless United States Senator.
Okay, don't care.
American stories. To share Kamala's
Oh, she's back again?
vision to give more Americans a place to call home, please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge.
Oh, Marcia Fudge. Oh, what does Marcia Fudge have to say? I am sure that it's not going to be good. I'm sure that it's not going to be good. Miss Fudge. Miss Fudge. Here we go. Miss Fudge.
OH.
Let's see what lies she's going to tell.
Kamala Harris has fought to protect homeowners and renters her entire career. As Attorney General,
You know you're a liar.
held big banks accountable for their role in the foreclosure crisis and won billions of dollars for California homeowners. As Vice President,
Liar!
and President Biden helped over 400,000 homeowners at the risk of
Liar!
And as President,
Liar!
build 3 million new homes and rentals, limit
Liar!
unfair increases, and offer down payment support for first-time home buyers.
Liar!
It's personal.
Yeah, they already did that. It failed the first time that they forced banks to do that. In case you guys don't remember the 2008 housing market crisis.
Kamala remembers her mother's pride at buying their
Liar!
after saving for 10 years. She knows housing
Liar!
and a pathway to the middle class. Where you live determines what schools your children go to.
Liar!
And whether you can get a good job without spending hours commuting.
That's just tough. That's the way that it goes. If you don't like your school, you don't like your neighborhood, it's really simple. Move. If you can't move there, then get better teachers, because you are in control of your school boards. She looks very uncomfortable. It's because, it's this must be about schools now, because, Tim Wallace, he does want to make sure that there's tampon machines in each school. He wants to make sure they're in the boys' room.
Where you live too often
Hey,
determines
Roxanne.
how you live.
Roxanne.
Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans.
Liar!
He started his career.
Actually, he's built more houses than you have, sweetheart. Quite a few, actually. He's built more housing than you have. Sure that he's rented out more property than you can even fathom. And what he did for New York, you think they're grateful? They'd rather burn it down.
They're being sued for denying housing to Black families. As president, he sat by while the cost.
Who's being sued for denying rent to Black families? Name one person. Name one suit that's been brought for denying housing to Black families. Current day. While Trump was president, name one person. Oh, I bet she can't. Therefore, she is...
Liar!
Simple. Lie, lie, lie. Lie, lie, lie. Lie, 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 lie.
Cost of housing skyrocketed. Now, we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or we can elect a president who believes in safe, affordable housing for all.
But you can't describe what safe and affordable housing is. Amazing how that works.
Let's ensure we have an opportunity economy by voting for Kamala Harris. Thank
Camel
you.
toe. All right, let's make sure we don't get caught up in the... Yep. I knew it was going to happen. Yeah, they got too much music. These must be white guys for Camel Toe. You know, they've got to get their ads out there. Oh, those are some pretty expensive bases back there. It looks like a couple of SBKs and couldn't tell what the other one was. Oh, Fender P bass. That was just me glancing at it. It was a Fender. So you notice a lot of these, there's another creator. What does it say? Yeah, so we've been able to spot the creators. So whenever you see one of these little bracelets right here, those are content creators. And what does that say? It says DSCC delegate. Oh yeah, so this is a delegate right here. That's a content creator. And whenever you see those, and you just know that they're content creators. Vivek was just being interviewed by reporters at the DNC just outside the convention. The reporter's facial expression hilarious, stoic. Now he's talking with undecided voter. Cool, very cool. That's very cool. I like that. Good evening, Stacy. Good evening. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we'll let him finish out his...
A computer science major. I am so impressed with how large this AI-generated crowd looks tonight.
Now, nobody said that this crowd was AI. See, that's the thing. Here's the thing. Nobody said that this crowd was AI. But they've still yet to provide any images that were not provided by the Harris campaign from those other events. Amazing, huh? Nobody's been able to show those videos. You would think they would be everywhere. They're not.
I first got to know Kamala Harris during the Great Recession when I was a California state legislator. Millions of hardworking families were facing foreclosure.
Great Recession. So when was this Great Recession that they're talking about? Like the one we're in now? Yeah.
My constituents told me stories about predatory and unfair loan terms and about how...
Oh, he's talking about during the 2008 housing market crash. Oh, well, if that's what he's talking about, I heard about the maggot breakfast this morning and laughed so hard. That's funny. So if he remembers that right there, the housing underdevelopment lady was just right before you, buddy. You might want to talk to her because they want to get this affordable housing and make loans to people that can't afford them and all that neat kind of stuff. Yeah. How do you think that's going to work out?
Hard they were fighting to keep the homes that they loved. Thankfully, they had someone fighting just as hard for them, Attorney General Kamala Harris.
Yeah, she didn't do jack squat for him. Just so you know. Good to see you, Frank. Sir Frank Otter.
She led an investigation of the mortgage industry to root out fraud. She helped pass the Homeowners Bill of Rights, and she held the big banks accountable, bringing back $20 billion to homeowners.
When?
Since those days, I've seen her continue to fight for affordable housing as vice president. And as president, she's going to cut red tape so we can build more houses, help new homeowners afford a down payment, and take on corporations that unfairly hike up rent.
No, they won't. I mean, it's a nice story. It's always a nice story whenever they say these things, but it's not true. It is surprising to me that they do tend to forget like quite a bit of information here, and they get lost in the weeds pretty damn easily. whenever they keep saying that, you know, oh, we've done all of these wonderful things for you, and yet they haven't done anything for you, the American people. It is surprising that they will continue with the perpetual lie of saying, oh, look at what we've done for all of these people. We've got this that we've done and this that we've done. And then whenever you really dig into it, there's nothing that they've done to help anyone. But it's easy for them to lie about it and say that they've done all of these things, and it's just gaslighting you. And that's how they do their that's how they keep you on your toes.
Kamala Harris fights for affordable housing because she gets it. You know, when her mom was
she's
raising
gotten
two
it a few
girls,
times,
she
usually
did
under
what
the
so many parents
table,
do.
under the
Work early
desk.
hours and work late nights, pay the bills, and put on a brave face. So her girls did not know how hard it really was. It shouldn't be this hard in America. And President Kamala Harris will make sure it's not. She'll fight to lower housing costs.
What have you
so
been
that
doing for the
everyone
past
everywhere
4
can
years?
find a place to call home.
You've done nothing for the past 4 years. Oh, Jesus. Stupid son of a... Who's this cackling fraud here? Oh, look, I'm here.
Tonight, I want to talk about family. We know that all families don't look alike. My mother was a teenager when I was born, and she struggled with addiction. I never met my father, but I had two incredible grandparents who stepped in and raised me, David and Doris Green. Everything I know, I learned from them. In every way a child needs, my grandparents were there for me. And as they grew older, it was my privilege to be there for them.
Oh, was it?
So when I work to protect Medicare and Social Security, I do it with a personal knowledge of what those big programs meant in small but deeply meaningful ways to my grandparents. And I know what they mean for your parents and grandparents.
Yeah.
But
And
let's
what
be
have you
clear,
done?
that is all at risk today.
No,
Donald
it's
Trump
not.
was asked what he would do about Social Security
All
and
about
Medicare,
Donald Trump.
and he
Why
said,
would you
and
keep
I
talking
quote,
about Donald
"There's
Trump?
a lot you can do in terms of cutting." Cutting? He's talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare while giving a huge
that's
new
not what
tax
he's
break
talking
to
about.
billionaires and corporations.
You are a stupid
But Kamala
woman.
Harris is not going to let that happen.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
You know, they've got it backwards. We Democrats, we honor our elders and ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. Wisconsin's state motto is forward. And my friends, that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, forward is a way to go, I guess.
Please welcome Massachusetts Representative Catherine Clark.
Catherine Clark. Wah, don't give me the music. Sorry about that. Had to mute the music. So let's do this.
A proud mom of 3. And when my kids were young, I sat down with my husband to go over our bills. We realized that my entire income went to paying for childcare. We asked ourselves, how on earth
You know
will
how
we
to
make
fix
this
that, right?
work? So many parents will tell you a similar story.
There's a way to
They'll
fix
tell
it.
you that preschool can cost as much as rent, or that they drive over an hour just to find childcare. They'll tell you that the workers who watch their children have it even worse. When parents have to choose between their kids and their jobs, businesses are hurt too. We shut out talent. We lose the prosperity parents could create. Childcare makes our economy run. And yet, Donald Trump's Project 2025 will eliminate Head Start, close classrooms, raise the cost of care. And JD Vance says affordable childcare is class war against normal people. You know what normal people want? A president who understands this shouldn't be so damn hard. That's Kamala Harris. She's seen this firsthand. You've all heard Kamala talk about her mother. She was both a brilliant scientist and a devoted mom. She had to fight to make it all work, to raise her daughters, to pay the bills, to keep the career she loved. Kamala and Tim know that when everyone can find and afford childcare, our kids and our communities will thrive.
Sure.
Our middle class will grow. So let's put childcare at the top of the agenda. Let's build a future worthy of our children. Let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Yeah. They're going to play more music.
Colorado Representative Joe Neguse.
It's like a talk show.
Good evening, Chicago. My name is Joe Neguse, and I represent the great state of Colorado in the U.S. Congress. My parents immigrated here from a place torn apart by war. They worked hard every day, made tremendous sacrifices, and taught me to never take for granted the educational opportunities that we have in this incredible country. It's because of them and because of those opportunities that tonight their son stands before you as Assistant Democratic Leader of the U.S. House of Representatives.
If you want to know what they're talking about here, every time they talk about this affordable housing, and I want to keep this tab up, and I want to show it periodically, just so you have an idea. This right here is what they want to create for affordable housing. Tiny homes offer more patch than solution to homelessness. This is what they want to build for affordable housing. This is what they want to give you. Nationwide crisis left more than 650,000 people without housing. 100 tiny home villages for the homelessness have opened in the United States over the past 5 years. This is what their plans are for people to live in. Tell me, how is this going to help? How is this going to help the housing market? It's basically they've just created prisons. And we've seen these before because, if I'm not mistaken, they built these in Australia during the pandemic. And people were forced to stay inside their homes. At least that's what they called them. Yeah. Oregon's given non-citizens $30,000 to help buy houses. Non-citizens. And what do they do for those that are in the United States? Zero, zilch, nada, nothing. Oh yeah, they're trying to do that here in certain counties here in Georgia, trying to get people to change their zoning because they want to put these kind of properties in. This is the future. This is your future of affordable housing. Just keep that in mind. That's
My
where
fellow Americans, let me say this clearly.
That's where they want to spend their $12 billion. Yeah, they are. That's all they are is prison camps. They're not going to change that. It's a glorious thing.
Don't let anyone tell you that the American dream is dead. It is alive and well, and it will grow even stronger with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Like it's done so well so far. And see what I mean? We've got more content creators. You can tell by the little bracelets right there. Yep. Little content creator.
How do we know that? How do I know that? Well, it's because Kamala Harris believes that college can be a ticket to the middle class, and she has fought to make it more affordable her entire career. As California Attorney General, she took down one of the biggest for-profit colleges, securing $1 billion for students who were defrauded. Alongside President Biden, she expanded Pell Grants and secured record funding for HBCUs. And Kamala Harris made public service loan relief a reality.
No, they were going to give loans to those that deserve them. Only certain people would be qualified for it. Their loan forgiveness, most people won't qualify for it. Hey, it was yeah. But see, this is a different Joy Division. This is the Joy Division of the 40s. If you know, you know.
for teachers and first responders and firefighters and nurses and
Oh,
countless others
Chad?
across our land. Vice President Harris delivered before, and she will do it again. As president,
I don't think she's ever delivered. Well, she's accepted a few.
she will build a brighter future, a more affordable future, a future where going to college doesn't break the bank, a future where my 5-year-old daughter, Natalie, who's watching us back home in Colorado.
If you're worried about colleges costing so much, take that up with the colleges. Take it up with the colleges. Okay, I thought Danielle sent me one of their songs. Yeah, Joy Division was a punk band. Joy Division was a punk band. Until the lead singer self-deleted.
Right now, a future where she can live her dreams. So those are the stakes. Let's make it happen, America. Let's make history, America. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the 47th president of the United States. Thanks so much. God bless.
She's done so well the first 3 years. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're showing Philadelphia, PA. You don't want me to show you what your city looks like. You don't want me to show you what your city looks like. So she's going to come out and speak, I guess. Oh no, it's happy sing time. Let's sing, let's dance. Hooray, hooray.
Leonardo.
I think he reached the gap right there. He's got a gap. At the gap. Mary Mac, all dressed in black. She never had that large a gap. Every time I hear this music, it makes me think of da da da. Price is Right. Da da da. Da 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 da. Yeah, it's Price of Right theme song. Every time. Next contestant, come on down.
Hailing from the Tar Heel State, home of Duke University and North Carolina Central University, I am Mayor Leonardo Williams from Durham, North Carolina. Several years ago, my wife Zwaylee and I started cooking for our community. We took to schools, doctors' offices, just to give out a few samples. And eventually our friends asked, where's the restaurant, y'all? But it takes capital. It takes capital to chase a dream.
It's good for you that you were able to do that. And in most states, if you go around and you are selling food, you have to meet certain health requirements. And those requirements are mandated by your state, your county, your city. And if you open a restaurant, you have to have those kind of things. You have to have your grease traps inspected. If you've never worked in the restaurant business, let me tell you a little something. About the restaurant business. If you just make sandwiches, something simple as sandwiches, you have to have in the state of Georgia, you have to have someone that comes by and inspects your grease traps. They inspect your electrical. They inspect your ventilation. They require you to pay for these inspections. And that doesn't include the inspection you have to do for the food inspectors that come in. And there's probably 3 of those that will come by, health inspectors. And each one of those you are required to pay for. Each time they come by, you have to pay for it. They do a health inspection, you have to pay for it. You have to pay for those grease traps to be inspected, even if you're just making sandwiches. And it's not cheap. And the amount of money that it costs you just in upkeep to keep just a little sandwich shop can run you in the hundreds of thousands. And that doesn't include your rent, your electricity, just to make sandwiches. So, how's the DNC shit show going? It's same thing. It's
you're a liar.
That's it.
And during the Trump administration, they did not make it easy.
Well, no, actually, those businesses got shut down by your cities. Your cities are the ones that shut them down. And also, your cities were the ones that people like Tim Walz city, if I'm not mistaken, it took him 3 days to call the National Guard to get things under control. In the meantime, they burned down black neighborhoods. They torched living spaces, gyms, houses, supermarkets, liquor stores, anything where people could run a business. They torched them, never to return again. So that was your governor of the state of Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, New York. I mean, the list goes on. California, Portland, Oregon. You guys created this stuff by doing this kind of things.
Not for folks like us.
Nah, you didn't miss anything.
So what I thought was, I guess not everybody can have a multi-million-dollar loan from their father.
You don't need a multi-million-dollar loan to have a business. You don't have to have multi-million dollars to have a business. And you can qualify for a business loan just as easily. But you have to back it up with capital. So if you have a good business plan, then you've got to put something up. If you think that your business is that good, how about that $200,000 car that you're driving? Yeah, you got a Maserati, got a really nice car, get a new car every year. We know you don't spend any money on getting your grill fixed. So, I mean, where's the money going? Is it going on hair product? I don't know. Doesn't look like you have a whole lot of hair. You tell me, where's the money going? New cell phone, nice suit. What is it? What is it that you're using? Very conservatives on the West Coast still. That's true. Wait. For both divisions of low-income housing, Section 8 Bowsers and Housing Authority rentals through housing authorities have been closed for over 3 years due to more people than available units. Yep. Yes. Yes and yes. But those are rents. That's not home ownership. See, there's a big difference between Section 8 and home ownership. Section 8 is rental. If you want to be a renter, then that's a good intern kind of thing. But that means that you got to step up your game. This is why the nuclear family comes in so handy, that people tend to not recognize, because whenever a single mom can make more money off of having multiple babies from multiple fathers and receive checks for each one of them on the state's dime, can get Section 8 housing, where is the incentive to have a family stay together? You have to remember that Kamala was one of those that would love to throw black men in jail on a regular basis. She did in California.
So I'll tell you what we did. We emptied our savings, and in 2008, we launched Zwayle's Kitchen.
Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful? 2008. Right in the middle of the housing market crash. You probably had money set aside and were able to do it. And they probably were successful. But then guess what? Pandemic hit and they probably shut everything down. If it didn't happen under Trump, it would have happened under Biden. But you can blame that on your cities.
America's first Zimbabwean restaurant. And the Biden-Harris administration helped make that a reality. They helped make that dream come true.
In 2008? How did Biden and Harris help that happen in 2008? You grew up in Portland and still live in the area. Yeah. My neighborhood, Section 8 comes in and stays 6 months, trashes the place, then moves on. Yeah, that's usually it. You lost your job in 2009. I was a designer in an architect office. Never could get that job again. 2 years of no building. Yeah.
For entrepreneurs like us. Now, thanks to small business grants and all of the help that we received from them, we now have 3 locations. And we employ nearly 30 employees.
2008. You have to remember, in 2008, he started his business. In 2008. Kamala had nothing to do with it. So, as all I have to say is what Randy would tell you funky stuff happening today. Yeah, it was frozen. I don't know. Weird stuff. I think my wife might be downloading porn right now. Does that all the time. I don't understand. She's so perverted. Kidding. I don't know what happened. It went wonky on me, and right in the middle of yeah. Yay! Yes, there's a difference between certain people. It was all, how have you been brought up? What was that? The working class, and people got the trades crushed in 2008 through 2011. Yeah. Oh no, we lost Shizzy. Yeah, I'm back. Kind of boring. I don't know. Whatever she's into, man. Whatever she wants. I knew that would get somebody's attention.
But we are not alone. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed in North Carolina.
But you still haven't got the gap fixed in your teeth.
Kamala Harris is fighting to create
probably
an opportunity
sharks.
economy that can break down barriers for entrepreneurs like us. And as president, she will support risk takers and problem solvers who want to just do their part and claim their piece of the American dream.
Yep.
And also, I want to thank Maya from Nevada, who has served her famous dumplings for the past 3 years and opened new locations thanks to the historic support for small businesses. And Robert, I want to thank you from Minnesota. Robert owns a solar business. Heated up once by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act. And Paul from Arizona, Paul, who's a commercial.
So on that Inflation Reduction Act, tell me how that business is going to stay in business if they're required by federal government to pay their employees $15 an hour. How are they going to be able to keep their business running? They just almost have to do it on their own, because why would I hire extra people if I can't pay them? If I can't pay them, because then I have to charge. If I have to charge $15 for my dumplings that I used to charge $2 or $3 for, oh man, sucks to be me, doesn't it? You're gonna call him Bugs Bunny because of the rabbit teeth. Oh, you wascally
Cleaning
rabbit.
company landed huge contracts thanks to the Biden-Harris manufacturing boom. So Kamala Harris knows. She knows entrepreneurs like these. She knows that we are the backbone of our community. And when
Really? Does she? Does she? I think it's more like this.
I like to dance. I like to shout. I like to get up, dance, and thank you very much. Hooray! Hooray! My name's Fred. I'm special here. I'm very, 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 very special.
Leaders, and it's how they think they'll win. They know the only way they'll beat America is if we beat ourselves.
Yes.
In Congress, my job is to study
That's
China's
right.
economy. And mark my words, they want to see Donald Trump across the bargaining table, because he'll start endless trade wars that raise.
Again, what do you guys plan on doing? Because all you have to say is,
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Raise prices for Americans, because he'll cut programs that train workers in America. But most of all, Trump will pit American against American.
Liar!
And that's what China wants, for us to fight amongst ourselves, because that's
That's not true, Jack. You're a liar!
they're doing an episode of Trump bad again. Trump's bad. Trump's bad.
That's how we lose. But we're not.
No, you lose because you have not presented anything that you plan on doing. If you're saying that you're just going to continue doing what you're continuously doing, then hey, that's what's going to cause you to lose. Let's see if anybody. Oh, here's what's her face? I'm sure she's got something intelligent to say. Yeah, I don't know who that dork is. I'm sure somebody out there does. Let's make sure we don't have any music.
Okay, quiet down. I have to tell you. I just want you to calm down. I know I'm here. I feel good tonight. I've had a long night. I've been sitting backstage waiting to have this long speech with you fine people. And, it's all because of Trump. Trump caused this, and you've brought tears to my eyes. I just want to do little dances up here. Everybody want to dance with me? Yay. I know. It's hard for you to understand what I do with these nights whenever I'm all alone with my cat and a magic wand. But let me tell you, I use that magic wand with my symbiont, and it is for the good of the people, and it just makes me feel really good right now. If you would just look in one hand, hoop in the other, and you would know this is where I stand. I have been here multiple times at these kind of conferences, and I have said the same thing. Everybody needs to understand that this is not the way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to hold the two fingers in just in the right position, dance slowly, and move your body around and around. Do you understand? Now, I know that I look stupid up here, and I'm part Indian, but it's okay. It's enough Indian that I can, claim that I'm an Indian. Unlike Kamala, which she's black. She's not an Indian. She's black, not an Indian. Hear me as I say this. She is not an Indian. She's just like me. She's just like me, smart, intelligent. She loves her cats and her children. She worked her way to the top of the pole. And I got there right just like she did. If you want, I can get you free passes to her OnlyFans account. All you have to do is just dial 91100-654-3200. You too can smell like me. The stench that comes out of my nether regions, it takes a lot of scrubbing. I have to get rid of those yeast infections somehow. I have not been able to figure out how to do it. We can do this. You and me together. We can bathe. We can cleanse it. We can wash that stank hole out. Just join me. Join me for later this evening. Whenever I launch my OnlyFans account, it is Elizabeth Warren. It will warm my heart. You can stick it in any which way. $20. You can get all of this. Every bit of it. Hooray! Hooray! Thank you. Call my OnlyFans number, 1-800-HOT-LOVE. Thanks, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Was that bad or was that bad? Bad lip reading is always awful. Yeah, no one looks happy. Warren and her jarred pickles are. It's like, okay, enough, stop it. Oh God, I couldn't help it. It looks funny whenever they're jumping around like idiots. Look, they dance like a bunch of white people. It's awesome. It's funny to watch people do this because they look like they're having some sort of spaz attack. What's it called? Hey, man. Let me tell you, brother. What's this guy doing? He's what the hell is this? Oh my god. I couldn't figure out how to dress, so this is how I dress. I'm so special. Oh, jeez. I'm laughing at their dancing. I gotta put some music to it because it's just so awesome. I'm getting such a kick out of their dancing. Oh, I could just watch this all night long. Let me see if I've got it. There's gotta be one in here. I got it. I know that I've got one. There is some dancing in here. There is some dancing in here. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, here we go. I found the music that they're dancing to. Here it is.
All right, Democrats, we know that a secure future depends on strong global leadership. As Vice President, Kamala Harris has been tested on the world stage. She's faced down threats, stood shoulder to shoulder with our allies, and engaged.
She's gone down on threats. What am I smoking? Oh, what are they piping it through the air? Oh, it's fun. We're having a good time. If you notice they see themselves on the monitors, that's when they smile and dance. Of course, they're creators. They're content creators. All those people you see dancing around, they've got TikTok channels. They're TikTok creators. TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. Hey, baby, I have a threat in my pants. Hey, baby, I have a threat in my pants.
Engaged in the serious work of safeguarding America's security. Please welcome to the stage an Army Ranger, my colleague, Congressman Jason Crow.
I just gotta watch out for the music. Okay. In case you guys haven't noticed, they carry this massive book. And I think it's the same book. It's a stage prop. Like they've got their props, you know, just like a porn set. They've got their props, and this is their prop because I can tell you right now that that's the same book that they carried out the night before last. They probably carried it out last night too, but they carried this same book out the night before last, and it says Project 2025, and it's big. And I guess because Democrats have a hard time, or they have really bad eyesight, or maybe they're just really illiterate and they can't read like small letters, but it's 900 book written by Karl Marx. But I've watched enough of this torture for one night. Okay, well, it'll get worse. Trust me, it'll get much worse. Project 2025, I'm telling you, here it comes.
Serving in Congress, I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger. Over 100 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan taught me what really makes America strong and secure. You see, it's not tough talk. It's not chest thumping. Because in war, talk is cheap. And trust me, I know a couch commando when I see one.
Oh, I guess they're trying to make reference to a story that wasn't true about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance served in the Marines. Yeah. But he also wrote this book, and according to some people somewhere in this book, he wrote about humping a couch. Like putting in like a rubber glove and humping the couch, which never happened. It wasn't in the story. It's never been there. Does he really want to remind people of Iraq and of Afghanistan? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Yeah. And trust me, I've known plenty of Army Rangers, Special Forces. Yeah. You have a good one too, Taz. We appreciate you coming by and having fun with us. I hope you get some rest and get to feeling better. Get to feeling better.
Real strength
Okay, he's creepy.
and security come from our people, from our allies. Donald Trump's Project 2025.
Oh, what did I tell you? Big Project 2025 book. Gotta love it. What's up, Jacob Castro? Good to see you, savages. Yeah, I think he's part of the don't ask, don't tell.
Would abandon our troops.
He's got some really, really weak shoulders. And if you want to talk about abandoning troops, so I don't want to hear it from this guy, because Biden abandoned troops in Afghanistan. He allowed those people to be deleted. With his policy, with his movements, keep all the hardware. That's fine. Keep all the hardware. You're not going to be able to keep it up anyway. But you and your bad policy, your bad maneuvers, cost 13 soldiers their lives. Men, women, the armed forces were gone because of that. And that doesn't include the amount of people that were there to help those American troops that were left abandoned. And that was a lot. That right there was a lot to take in. People that sacrificed their lives to help American troops. And you just left them there. Left them there to die. So I don't want to hear anything about you talking about Project 2025, because
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
oh, look, Camel Toe's coming by. She points just at the women. I don't think these are soldiers. You know why I don't think these are soldiers? These must be paid actors. You want me to point out why I think that these right here are paid actors? I mean, they could be soldiers. They're just really crappy. Because first of all, looking over here, got these big grins, smiling. You got these people that are half asleep over here. Different uniforms intermingled in with the sailor outfit, with their sailor uniforms. I think these are paid actors. Yeah, soldiers don't smile at attention. Also, the weight on these soldiers is pretty atrocious. I cannot imagine that they allow to wear any jewelry either. Yeah, the ties are all wrong. They're like, I mean, everything that I see is like, this one's tied one way.
Has ever seen.
Yeah, these have to be paid actors. I mean, the only one that looks like he might be a soldier is this one right here. But yeah, the ties are all wrong. One's tied one way, one's tied another, one's tied this way, another one's tied this way. I'm just not seeing it. I just don't see it. Maybe the Coast Guard? I don't know. Is that a Coast Guard symbol right there? I still think that as soldiers, their stance is too lax. Your son was a sailor. He never looked that lax. No. No, not at all. That's why I'm like, these must just be paid actors. They've got to be paid actors. Popeye, Popeye, and Iguanda.
I'm Melissa Slotkin. I am honored to be your U.S. Senate nominee from the great state of Michigan. Go blue, go green, my peeps from Michigan. My life in service began in New York City on September 11th. As the smoke cleared, I knew my career would be spent protecting the...
On September 11th of what year? If your career began on September 11th of what year? Just curious. Can you name the year? We said Michigan to Canada. We sold Michigan to Canada. Absolutely different than the home ownership personal experience. Most with Section 8 aren't the ones who give a bad name. Unfortunately, have it. We bust tail and jump regulation hoops at least annually. Yeah. So crazy. Yeah, I don't care what this lady has to say. Oh, this guy right here.
Watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet.
All right, let's see what he has to say, because let's see how they're
representing Congress.
Oh, they're cadets. Okay, so they're cadets coming out of military school.
For the 4,400 cadets at West Point, my alma mater.
So West Point cadets. Okay. So she shook hands with cadets. I wonder what else she did with those cadets. I mean, she does have a history with men in uniform.
Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address. I watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet. That's the thing about West Point. The day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day, God forbid, send you to war and take.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Not too many officers are being actually sent into the battlefield as much as you would think. West Point cadets know how to tie a tie. Yes, but a lot of West Point cadets will never see war. I mean, they'll see it, but not on the level of a poor black man from Mississippi or Alabama, or a poor white man from the mountains of the Appalachians. They're not going to see war the same way, because Daddy got them into West Point, because Daddy got them into the Citadel. Check out the Fight of the Green Charter. I don't know, but that cadet story either. Oh well. No, it's I'm sure that she's gone by there.
Their measure, and every time.
No, she doesn't.
Kamala Harris looked back with respect, with reverence. That day.
No, she was doing it to suck up. Ask her the conversations that she had with these generals. Did she tell them that they didn't have enough diversity in their school? Did she tell them there wasn't enough inclusion? How about equity? The photo op. She doesn't care about the military. Exactly.
I saw our next commander-in-chief.
Yeah. Please no. Please no. For the sake of your men and women in uniform, please no. That's a scary thought, to have her in charge. Because we're on the brink of having a world war. Whether you want to admit it or not, we're on the brink of having a world war. And if she's in charge of the military, I fear for young men and women that will be lost because of this. That's what I fear for.
At West Point, you learn the honor code. A cadet will not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do. Well, there's a candidate who has violated every word in that code.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
In the eye, then turned around and called fallen heroes suckers.
That is not true. Again. And I'm not going to pull it up, but that is not true. That is a made up, fabricated story that somebody else said. That is a complete made up story. And there has never been a time that he's looked troops in the eye and said that he was going to send them to war. Unlike our current president. Our current president is embroiled in multiple wars currently. No, you won't hear any policies. Still, at the last minute, it'll be Gavin Newsom. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to hear this guy's lie. Oh, here's the Reverend Al Sharpton. Mm-hmm. Oh, damn, I wish Volstorm was here for this one. Oh, Volstorm, I would give him the mic and let him preach. I would let him preach on this one. Volstorm, you would be the man on this. Missing out on the Reverend Al Sharpton, Volstorm. What is up with you? Don't understand. Oh, Jesus. More white people dancing. Oh, look, I'm having such a great time. I know, because later I'm going to get my potatoes stuffed. He's like, where's my boyfriend at? Dem policies. Always raise taxes, suppress the people, take away rights, and treat everyone like children. Probably a Justin Bieber song. I don't know. You know, he's got the same Pioneer DJ thing, and all he's doing is pushing buttons. It's all for looks. You know, if you look at these people behind him that are sitting down, you know what those people look like? They look like they're working for the, what do you call it? Jerry's kids. They look like, we're taking calls. Call 1-800, send in your money. They look like they're doing a telethon. That's what they look like they're doing, is a telethon. Easy. All right, here comes Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening.
If he is using a teleprompter, this is going to get so hilarious. Yeah, Skinny Al. This is going to get so funny if he is using a teleprompter, because he cannot read worth a shit. Oh my God, this is... Tell him, Macho Man.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Here we go.
I stand before you as the president of National Action Network. We do not endorse candidates, but we report where candidates stand on criminal justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a...
That's not true.
You know you're a liar.
That is not true. Public education. I'm going to have to slow it down so we can get the full effect of the Reverend Al Sharpton. Because he is a laugh riot. And no, he is absolutely lying because Donald Trump didn't have to take a defined policy on black or white or any of this crap. Because the way that Donald Trump acted towards people was he treated them equally. If you were an asshole, he treated you as such. If you were a normal, average, everyday Joe that was just looking to make ends meet, he treated you as such. He did not look at what race you were. He could care less. He was the epitome of somebody that's judging them as they present themselves. Hired more people of every color than most any other business.
Small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers.
Uh-huh. Not true.
Well,
you told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
They were not executed. They're here to continue to fight. But it was there that
So what was it that Joe Biden said about Kyle Rittenhouse? What was it that they said about Sandman? That got some of these places sued? What was it that Trump said about Kyle Rittenhouse? No, he didn't. What was it that Joe Biden said about Kyle Rittenhouse? They accused him of shooting black men on the streets.
I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I've walked with in Selma, Alabama.
What flames did Trump fan? Not a single one. And as Judy would say,
You know you're a liar.
Just
You know you're a liar.
And that's just straight up a lie. No truth at all. They have more opportunity than anyone does. The only ones who divide us by race are the Al Sharptons of the world. Exactly. Just calling Trump a racist because he's white? No, they're calling Trump a racist because he is not part of the Democrat Party. You have to remember, the ones that are screaming the loudest at other people being racist, saying,
Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday.
59th, huh?
Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote, while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia.
You know you're a liar.
Liar! I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred. Running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people.
You know you're a liar.
Not what he said. See, now you know all the Democrats in office call Rittenhouse a racist murderer during the congressional hearings. Yes. And see, we already know that's not what Trump said. So, Al Sharpton, everything that comes out of your mouth is a complete lie.
That's not true, Jack. You're a liar!
There you go. A liar. So it's reality versus myth. They have all lied throughout all of this. Yeah, that's all it is. Just one big lie. A lie
I
stream.
see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law. and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to Black Americans.
Wrong again. Wrong again. Trump had to pose for a mugshot. You know what? He sold NTFs of it. That's smart. That's smart. If you like enough people start to believe, especially Dems who have been indoctrinated and can't think for themselves. Yeah. Al knows he's gaslighting you. They know it. I know.
I work with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistent.
Every blowjob that she's had, I've been there for her. Trump's speech at the border is Arizona today. Several that lost loved ones due to criminal illegals coming across the border spoke. Some of them lived over 1,800 miles away, and he showed compassion for them. Puts Al in a jar. He's drunk and pickles too. No, he's still pickles. No, I'm taking you up on the first part, Puddle Town. He's pickles. He is total pickles.
Certainly committed to making government work for
pickles in the chat. Come on, pickles in the chat for Al. You got to have it. Give me some pickles for Al.
those of us who've been disadvantaged.
How have you been disadvantaged, Al? Tell me, how have you been disadvantaged? How stupid they look soon right now. I mean, I know money, but shit. I'm having myself a thirsty Thursday cider. There you go. There you go, Puddle Town. Pickles in the chat for Al.
What Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done.
He's losing money.
This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking black jobs.
Why would he apologize for that? He was telling the truth. Do you not see it, Al? Do you not see it? Well, they might not be taking your job because nobody can get up there and lie like you, Al.
Well, in November, we're going to show him when blacks do their job.
Oh, so now you're trying to get the black vote. That's right. Let's go to the black folk here because they know.
And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us.
Really, Al? Or like camel toe. Nobody's hardly applauding.
Tonight we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream.
Nobody's standing. Nobody's enjoying it. Oh my God.
Directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for president of the United States.
So are you saying that the black woman's going to stand up and accept it? Well, what about the Indian woman? Is she going to kneel down and accept it? I'm just curious, Al. I mean, you can't have both sides of the coin. Call her just black because she's not just black, son. Do you not know, Reverend Al Sharpton, that she is not just a black woman? He's the black Joe Biden. If she was gay, she would have this thing in the pocket. And I've said this multiple times before. What about the white man? What does your rhetoric have for you? Well, you got to stand up with us. You got to stand up with us, black men. You don't stand up with us, black men. Well, you're just out of luck, man. Trump said illegals, not migrants. Illegals. Exactly.
We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back.
What? What were you doing in the kitchen? That's why you're so skinny. That's why you're so skinny. That is why you're so skinny. I understand. I understand. That is why. That right there is why. Got it now. Got it. It's amazing to me that they don't want to talk about it. They really don't want to talk about it. As much as they like to say, have all of this rhetoric come up. Much as they like to have all this rhetoric come up. They tend to not recognize. They tend to not recognize how important it could be if they would just tell the truth. Like they can't win on policy. The only thing that they've been able to win on is calling people racist, go after them, to attack, to lie, gaslight.
We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones.
What, you forgot the IAP plus AOMNOP QRXTUZY XYLNZ. Because mole.
To get out the closet, we won't go back.
Are you gay, Al? Is that what you're saying? See, it's all about division. Divide.
We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back.
If you are anything but something else, you will vote for Kamala. Oh yeah, Wanda, that's right.
So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what.
What civil right have they rolled back on? What civil right? Name one. Name one. Oh, that's right, none.
The amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back.
What? That lower taxes.
We will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning.
Oh, you got to talk about joy now. Told you, Joy Division. The division, joyfully you will be divided, and you will love it.
We've endured January 6th. We've enjoyed conspiracy theories.
Never.
We've
Not around here.
Lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, Black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy.
Joy Division. Joy Division. Told you. That's what it was. It's all about Joy Division. Yeah, Mama. Aw. Thank you, Wanda.
I want to now since I was a teenager. I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to
Oh, race baiter. I got you.
bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated.
Well, let's see. What is he talking about? Because I never heard anything about these. Let's see. Central Park 5. Okay, what is the Central Park 5? Oh, okay. Here it is. It's Central Park 5 is the Central Park jogger case. Was a criminal case concerning the assault and raping of Tricia Mullally, a woman in Central Park in Manhattan, New York, on April 19th, 1989? Huh. On the night of the attack, dozens of teenagers had entered the park, and there were reports of muggings and physical assault. 6 teenagers were indicted in relation to her assault. Charges against one, Stephen Lopez, were dropped after Lopez pleaded guilty to a different assault. The remaining 5 were convicted with charges of offense, served sentences ranging from 7 to 13 years. More than a decade after the attack, while incarcerated for attacking 5 other women in 1989, Metellus Reyes confessed to the assault and claimed he was the only actor. DNA evidence confirmed his involvement. The convictions against McCrae, Richardson, Salam, Santana, and Wise were vacated. So, what was it? So, it looks like there were 6 that were there. Remaining 5, Antoinette Richardson, Yusuf, Raymond, and Corey Wise. And it looks like Metellus Reyes was the one that committed this. Let's see. Were vacated in 2002. Lopez's convictions were vacated in 2022. Okay. Lopez's where it was okay. It looks like so who was the prosecutor in this? So the arrests were done. Let's see. I'm just looking because I'm looking to see who the prosecutor was. Okay. I'm not. See, that's the thing. Call for the return of the death penalty. Okay, so I see what they're referring to. So on May 1st, 1989, Donald Trump, at the time a real estate magnate, called for the return of the death penalty for murder in a full-page advertisement. Mayor Koch has stated, okay, so I'm just curious what he's talking about, because Mayor Koch stated that hate and rancor should be removed from our hearts. I do not think so. I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer. Yes, Mayor Koch, I want to hate these murderers, and I always will. How can our great society tolerate the continued brutalization of its citizen by crazed misfits? Criminals must be told that their civil liberties end when an attack on our safety begins. But has nothing to do with. He's not talking about rapers. He's talking about murderers. Pre-trial hearings. Galligan of the State Supreme Court of Manhattan, who had been assigned to the case. So Trump wasn't even a president at the time. He was just a media personality, and he had certain viewpoints. What are these idiots talking about? So stupid. Okay, so bring out 4 guys. So we'll take a little break here. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna give you guys a little break from. just a slight one, because it's become so cringe with these folks that we just have to take a break here. Here, why don't we see the kind of person that Trump really is?
And that's why we're suffering this country. When President Trump, I was at the White House more than you can think of. He was always there for us. And our law enforcement professionals will never give up hope. To us, hope is confidence.
Democrat nomination. She never even made it to Iowa. Beautiful place, Iowa. But she didn't. Plenty of people did. And Biden got 14 million votes. She got no votes. And now she's running against us. The good news is I think we're winning in the polls based on what I'm seeing.
Yep.
And after the debate, we were winning by many points, as you know, against Biden. They went in to see him. They said, "You're losing. You're not going to win. You can't win. We're going to get you out." It was a coup of an American president. And it was done with anger, and he's more angry than anybody. And again, I'm no fan of his. I think he was perhaps the worst president. He was the worst president, largely because of what's happened at the border. He's allowed, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the gentleman behind me who know this better than anybody, much more than 20 million people into our country. Many from prisons and jails, many from mental institutions, insane asylums, and many terrorists. And this was, when I left, this is a very famous chart now because this chart probably saved my life. But this chart is showing, the arrow on the bottom shows that this was the lowest. This was the last week in office for me because of a horrible, horrible election where I got many millions more votes than I got the first time. But didn't quite make it, just a little bit short. We got to clean up our borders. We have to clean up our elections, or we're not going to have a country. But that's my last week. The arrow on the bottom, you see, that's the lowest point. As the gentlemen were talking, that's the lowest point in the recorded history of the border. This was done by Border Patrol. This wasn't done by Trump. This was done by Border Patrol, working with ICE and law enforcement. And that's what we're going to do. Again, if you take a look, interestingly, at all of the wall that's laying on its side.
Why did they make it
been
cut?
Put up in a matter of weeks. It was all set to go. It was all cut out. And if you look at the top of the mountain behind us, it was all shaped, all ready to go. Could have been put up in a few weeks. Much of it's been sold for 5 cents on the dollar. It's very expensive.
Oof.
I worked with Border Patrol very closely. We worked, Brandon, we worked with all of you people. And we wanted to design something that worked. And we actually had mountain climbers. We even had drug climbers. They call them drug climbers. They can get over a wall so incredible with 75 pounds of drugs on their back. They can climb up things. And we designed this after looking at a lot of different designs. And that's an anti-climb panel that makes it very tough for somebody to climb. This was the one they wanted. A little more expensive version, but this is the one that's a very important panel on top. And it's called anti-climb. And this was put in here just to shade us because a lot of rough people on the other side. So I figured you're the media, you want to be shaded. This gets taken off. This is just temporary to shade us from potential hazard. We know about hazards. But all of this wall was built at great expense, and all it had to be, erected. We just had to be stood up on its end, concrete on the bottom, goes down 6 feet. It also went down and shielded from tunnels because we went down about as far as it's practical for them to go down. They build tunnels on the walls. We went down pretty deep. We'd go down a lot deeper than the wall, made it very over. But when they refused to, I built hundreds of miles of this. By the way, as far as the eye can see, you look at the other, that number will increase. So they reported false numbers. And this isn't a revision. There's never been anything like this. This is left guy who lied like hell last night, and she'll lie.
Here we go.
The Border Patrol, ICE, the police, local law enforcement, unbelievable. I don't even know how they do it. They talk about, I was courageous. These people are courageous. They go through this every day.
Yeah.
And the amount of horrible injuries sustained in fights and shootings are just Incredible. Not reported, but incredible. We're here today on the southern border in Arizona where Comrade Kamala Harris, I call her comrade because she is a radical left Marxist. She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do. But she's the most radical left person who has ever run for high political office in our country's history. And by the way, the governor, who's done a poor job as governor, Minnesota, Walz, he's done a poor job, very poor job. His numbers are horrible. People are fleeing his state. I love his state. We should have won his state twice, but a lot of hanky-panky goes on there. Hasn't been won since 1972. Richard Nixon was the last one to win it. But every time I go in there, we have massive crowds and everything's good, but nobody seems to be able to win it. So I know why we didn't win it. People don't like to talk about it. But he's a horrible governor, has bad job numbers, bad numbers for leaving, a lot of people leaving the state.
Yep.
And he's insisted, he put a bill. I'm sure the sheriffs would be very happy when they hear this. He signed a bill fairly recently where boys' bathrooms have to have tampons in boys' bathrooms. I don't even like to bring the subject up, but it's a subject you have to hear about. That's what he wants. He's a radical left guy who lied like hell last night, and she'll lie tonight. We're doing a review of her tonight on Truth because she'll lie just like the rest of them lied. They talked about what I said about soldiers. I never said anything. I love our soldiers. They made the story up. It was fiction. We had 26 people countering it, but nobody cares. They made up everything, so many different stories. They made up about Project 25. They've been told officially, legally, in every way that we have nothing to do with Project 25. They know it, but they bring it up anyway. They bring up every single thing that you can bring up. Every one of them was false. He brought them up. But they've unleashed a deadly plague of migrant crime on our country by not doing their job. And all of that plank and all of that very expensive wall, it's also got tremendous electronic capability inside of it. It's got wires for cameras and everything else that you can have. It's the Rolls Royce of walls, I can tell you. It's very hardened steel outside, 7,000-pound concrete inside, and rebar inside of the concrete, all different, all very hard to get through. And it's sad to see it sitting here. We have crime going on up the road. In this direction, it's as far as you can see is wall.
Well, if they win, they'll have another 4 years to do it.
That was when I first realized that they want open borders. I thought nobody could be so foolish or stupid to want open borders and have the world's population, the world's criminal population pour into our country. That's what's happening. But it shattered so many families' lives and stolen so many incredible young lives. And it's also really badly hurt our black population and our Hispanic population because these people are taking their jobs. The jobs now are down, way down for the black population and the Hispanic population because we have millions of illegal aliens that are poured into our country. They've taken the jobs.
Yeah, Wanda.
African
Years.
Americans and Hispanics.
Yeah.
And that was obvious to me. Next is going to be unions. You watch. The unions are going to start going well because those jobs are going to be taken too. We're honored to really be here with these incredible people, and in particular with some grieving families. And this is a group of people that I've gotten to know. They're incredible people. They've lost a loved one, and thousands of others are out there, and they are grieving also. But they're not out with you and sitting in this hot sun. I will say this, that at least it gives us a good reason. We're doing something for those incredible people that we'll be talking about very shortly, because we can't let it happen to other people. We can't let what you're going through happen to other families. And you know what you're going through, as we discussed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. All for no reason whatsoever. And these are hardened criminals pouring into our country. And then they always say, Sheriff, oh, the illegal immigrants don't commit crimes like people that live here. It's so wrong. They don't report them, but it's so wrong. They make our criminals look like babies. That's about the only thing good. Our criminals all of a sudden don't look so tough to us, right? These are the roughest people. And they're the roughest people from all over the world. Their jails are being emptied from all over the world. The criminals are being taken from their cities. And by the way, their crime rates are way down. Their crime rates came way down. Venezuela, all of these countries, their crime rates are down. Their prison population's down. Soon they won't have any prison population because 100% of it will be in our country. With the statement, if you ever come back, we will kill you. That's the statement they tell them. If you ever come back to Venezuela and other countries, we will kill you. But it's all over the world. The Congo in Africa. Prisoners let go from the Congo in Africa. Rough prisoners. All over Europe, they come from all over, rough sections, the jails. You have to see jail populations are way down. So we've done a lot of trips to the border over the
Yes,
years
we
and
are.
told
I
a lot
agree.
of stories about border victims, including the stories of the amazing angel moms who have never been appreciated. They're incredible women, what they've gone through. They're going through a similar thing. And many of them, I asked about time, but this time, because many of them, this took place a long time ago with borders and horrible people coming in. And I don't have to tell you about the crimes, but the level of viciousness of the crime was unbelievable. But they said time doesn't heal. You know, the expression time heals all wounds. It doesn't. I spoke to some people, they say they're worse now than they were 15 years ago. And this started largely during Obama. And then we stopped it. We had it stopped. And then the first day in, they just said, we're not doing anything. We're not doing anything. And all they had to do is let our people that we had in place, the best people. I was listening to people like Tom Homan, who's, just and her family is devastated. In Texas last month, in Venice.
Go down this trail. It's very safe. I was in Kentucky. We had a grandbaby that had passed away. When I got a phone call from my son, and he said, "Mom, there's somebody here that would like to speak to you." And when I said hello, the person on the other end said, "Hello, Mrs. Bourne. This is Detective so-and-so. I'm the lead detective on this case. There's no easy way to tell you this, but we found your daughter's body. And if they find the body, you know that she's dead. They wouldn't say, we found Rachel, she's alive." And so they found my daughter's body. And when they found it, just recently it has come out that she was brutally beaten, raped, and then stuffed into a drain pipe. We're 18,000 miles, 1,800 miles from the border. And because of this open border, we've had not just my daughter, but we've actually had two in the same county that we're from, where illegal immigrants have come in and have caused rape and murder of our citizens. And the reason why I came here today and I accepted the invitation is because I really want our words to be heard. And I really want you to take to heart what we're saying. We're not here for a political stand, although we are. We're here because we're losing our moms, our daughters, our children to criminals. And that shouldn't happen. We should be taking care of our country, our people. And the only way I believe that's going to happen is if President Trump is reelected as president and we close up this border and we put policies back into place that were there before, instead of this open border thing. We're just going to end up being a third world country if it continues this way. And I truly hope that you just take my words to heart, because it's devastating to lose a child, but even more devastating when you see the pictures or you see the body and you really understand what's happened to that person. So please take.
Oh man, my heart breaks for this lady.
Issue. And it's one that's either going to make or break our country. It's not so much, it's about America. It's about Americans. It's about us taking and protecting ourselves and looking out for each other. It's about protecting our families. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Boy. And a story after story like that. Also with us is Alexis Nungari and Hoamel Guevara, the loving mother and uncle of precious Angel Jocelyn Nungari. Jocelyn was a 12-year-old girl from Houston whose life was stolen by two criminal illegals that Harris freed into our country for no reason whatsoever. They were known as monsters. 2 months ago, after walking to the convenience store, these criminal migrants kidnapped Jocelyn, tied her up for 2 hours, violently assaulted her, and strangled her violently to death. Charged with Jocelyn's wicked murder are two illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border. Just walked across like there was nothing to it. Couldn't do that 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They were in Border Patrol custody. They were gotten, they were nabbed, and were then released into our country. Alexis, we cannot fathom your pain. There are so many people that are going through this pain. but we pledge to always hold Jocelyn in our hearts. And Alexis, I'd like to have you maybe come up and say a few words. Thank you very much.
So I would love to thank Donald Trump for giving us this invitation to be here and to say a few words. The staff has been so kind to help us in this very hard time. My daughter was just 12. She had dreams to be famous. She wanted to be a famous actor. She was so funny. She was her own personality. And it's been very hard. It's been very hard. June 17th was the day her life was taken. She was left with no clothing from the waist down, was thrown in a bayou, left. Was strangled to death. We believe, yes, she was assaulted off of DNA kit that has been, but it's still very, very early, and it's still very, very raw, and it's still very, very surreal. And they had no reason to do anything that they did to Jocelyn. There was over 300 detention beds that they should have been at because they were detained and they were released when they shouldn't have been released. One had an ankle monitor, didn't stop anything. So now I have to go through the rest of my life with my son, always asking for his sister. And I just really, really, really want everybody to please take into consideration how important border control is, because we're losing very innocent people to heinous crimes that shouldn't be happening in the first place. So please, I really hope everybody can hear my pain. To just please, he needs to be in office, and we need better control. We need to stop this. We need to stop losing our littles. We need to stop losing children, mothers, sisters, because now I get to grieve every single day. Every milestone that hits gets harder because she's not there for it. She was going to be a 7th grader. She had her whole life ahead of her, and it was viciously taken away by 2 evil, heinous monsters. So thank you again for taking the time to listen to my words. And please, help him make a change. Thank you.
So Jocelyn is in heaven now, looking down on us right now. And in her name and her memory, we'll be fighting to protect every American daughter and child. That's why we're here, because this will happen and has happened by the thousands. There are thousands of people that are in horrible situations like this. As Kamala gives her convention speech tonight, she will not mention the victims. She won't even talk about them, although now that she sees us, maybe she will. She'll not say their names or express remorse to their families. Kamala says she wants to talk about the future. No, these people want to go back to the safe past. We don't have a future with open borders and all of the other problems this country has. The crime problem, just like they rigged the 818,000 jobs number, they rigged the crime numbers too. That's also been a proven fact, just came out. But she's stolen the future of Lake and Riley and Rachel and our precious Jocelyn, just taking their lives away for no reason.
I'm Amanda Kiefer. I don't feel like I belong on the stage with the folks here, since I seem to have gotten off kind of easy with just a fractured skull. I didn't lose loved ones, but the night I was walking to dinner in Pacific Heights, it was a nice neighborhood. You wouldn't expect broad daylight for something violent to happen to you on the way to dinner.
Yep, that's right.
Total town. And I stepped into the street, and the car I jumped into came at me. I jumped up on the hood to avoid getting run over, and he floored it in brakes. The police were great. They had caught him and his accomplice in a really short time, because I remember being on a gurney in the hallway of the hospital, and I had to ID them. They were laughing as they fractured my skull. What was really the worst part about it all, though, is when I found out that taxpayer money was paying for job training for this guy who avoided going to prison for the first felony he committed for jobs he couldn't legally hold. it was kind of a wake up moment for me. And I moved out of San Francisco because I didn't feel safe there. And I don't think our country is going to be safe under Kamala Harris.
Story after story. Kamala has called for the abolishing of ICE, the closing of every ICE detention facility, and the releasing of some of the most vicious criminals anywhere in the world by doing so. She supports free health care for illegal immigrants and has promised to give illegals mass amnesty and citizenship, which will obliterate Social Security.
And we've already heard what his policy is on this. And you have to really keep this in mind as we continue on with the DNC Day 4. Because these are, and we'll come back to it. We'll go back and forth. Sometimes once they're arrested, once they go before a judge, they're released again. Yeah, too many sheep with closed eyes. That is very true. Damn music. Look at the mullet on this guy. He's got the
Hello,
mullet.
America. Thank you to the workers that make this convention happen.
We guess this guy's a union member with a mullet.
Let's never forget how essential all of our labor is. I come from Appalachia. We kept the lights on in this country for generations.
He doesn't sound like he comes from Appalachia. Sorry, Puddletown. I've known lots of people from Appalachia, and he doesn't come across as someone from Appalachia. Just saying. He says he comes from Appalachia, but where at? Really? No. I don't understand why labor always supports Dems. Dems don't help business. It's not about business. Labor is not about business. You have to remember this. Now that's really, hey, now I have a mullet. Hey, I no judging. I'm just saying he's sporting the mullet. I'm telling you right now, business is not labor. Okay? So imagine this. Frank or Wanda, Puddletown, Wicked, Psyched, Wanda, any one of you. You start a company. You're like, I have this great idea. I have this wonderful idea. I am going to spend my life savings because I think this is going to be the next greatest thing. This is I'm starting a new pick manufacturer. I'm building guitar picks. I'm making guitar picks because we've got hundreds of millions of musicians that need the best guitar pick, and I can make the best guitar picks. You spend your life savings, you sign your name on the dotted line, you open up the factory. You design every single piece of equipment that goes into that factory because this is going to be your heart and soul. And how do you fill that factory? You fill that factory with labor. Because you can only build so many per day. You can only build 1 million picks per day. But if you hire 5, 10, 15, 100 people, you can increase that production in the million. You teach them how to operate the machinery. You train them how to do every single bit of it. The whole time you're eating ramen noodles because you just barely afford to keep the lights on. But you build the best guitar pick in the whole damn world. And then whenever that guitar pick that you've been designing, you've been creating, you've been working so hard to make, you've even moved into making guitar strings and even started making guitars. Because that was your life dream. You believed in yourself so much. You took out loans on every single thing that you could. And then the people that you hired, you made sure that they had money in their pocket all the time. Never did you miss a payroll. Never did you have to sit there and say, I just can't pay you this week, John. I can't afford it. Never did that happen. You busted your ass to build that business. It requires labor. But in some states, that's not good enough for the people that come into work because they want to own your company. They want to own what you built, what you thought up, what you created, what you trained them to operate. They want to own that. And they say, it's not fair. How is it not fair that you suffered through years of building your business? You went out and shook all the right hands, talked to the right regulators. You got everybody you possibly could together to create this one item, this one thing that you knew was just going to revolutionize musicians everywhere. And then it's all taken away. That's what labor is. Because they don't respect what you've had to do to get to the point to build that to that point. And you hope that you're able to leave that business to your children. You hope that your children don't run it in the ground. And then generations later, you've grown old and wizened. You've got your son and your grandson working there, and they're learning the business, and they want to continue that business on. And they come to you for guidance and say, I ran into this problem of all our picks are angled the wrong way. And they have you there to figure it out. That's what a business owner does, is they suffer through the hard times. Whenever the economy goes down, there's not that many musicians, and they say, oh, we just can't, we need to start building something else. And they come up with intuitive ideas to create something more. Whenever a worker is good at what they do, they get compensated. Oh, it still says 1 month, but still not sure what's next to your name. I'm not sure what's next to your name either, Sir Frank Otter. Thank you for being here for a month, though. I mean, I know it's been longer than a month, but thank you. The west side of Michigan wants Trump. The ballots get counted, and on the east side, it changes. Yeah, that's.
But the wealth made by our broken backs and our black lungs never did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost.
This guy ain't from Appalachia. Sorry, he can say it all he wants to, but I don't believe it for a second. Friends of yours started Eclipse holsters out of their garage 12 years ago and now have a facility. They custom create holsters and with several employees. Exactly. Who's ready to get lied to? I know I am. Good to see you, T-Rex. How you doing, brother? It is so good to see you. Appalachians go a lot. It's a mountain range. The Appalachian Mountains are an entire mountain range. And it's more southern. Let's put it that way. It's a little more southern. I mean, you still have, more than likely, he must be from like one of the northern states, probably from like Delaware or something, if I had to guess. And you have to remember that Joe Biden is the one that wanted to shut down coal mines. Do you know what his response was to these people whenever he shut down the coal mines? Do you know what Obama's idea was whenever he shut down coal mines? They tell them, learn to code. Get a job working in the computer sector. Yeah, his teeth are too white to be a mountain person. Yeah.
Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home after years of both parties putting profit above people.
And there you have. And so he's going to throw his hat in with the Democrat Party. Oh, that's not a good idea.
Now, Trump, a billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites. But then he promises handouts to big oil, and he punches down at anyone.
So just so you know, guys know, the Appalachians go from Georgia up to New York. There's actually people that will hike the Appalachian Trail. They will start in either New York, close to the winter, and hike their way down to Georgia. So they get down here whenever, or early summer, something like that. But it's really cyclical. There's people that have hiked it both ways. Entrepreneurs are born with a skill. Not everyone can do it. You're a worker that can appreciate an entrepreneur if they run an honest business. Exactly. Lot lizards lie. They do. Yeah, he's probably from somewhere up north, because he's not from the South. He's not from the mountains of West Virginia. He's a northern boy. Probably, if I had to guess, he's from somewhere in Biden's area.
With the guts to be different.
Oh, you're different with that mullet.
But populism that insists we are too different to get along, is just divide and conquer by a different name.
But this is what you've been doing. This is what the Democrat Party does. Divide. Right now, because of the color of your skin, son, I'm telling you right now, Appalachian is not the mountains, but that's because I'm from Rockies. Appalachians is hills. Fuck you, Sir Frank. No, it's called mountain folks, man. It's called mountain folks. Yeah, the Rockies are completely different mountain range. But yes, if you've ever been crossing the Appalachians during an ice storm, you tend to. It doesn't matter whether you're in the Rockies or whether you're in the Appalachians. It's still cold. Just saying.
There's another sort of populism with roots in this party that we in West Virginia know well.
That boy is not from West Virginia. I'm sorry. If he's saying he's from West Virginia, I call bullshit. He is not from West Virginia. Sorry, I'm calling bullshit right now. Hey, hills have eyes, son.
They called us rednecks back in the 1920s.
No, they still call us rednecks. And no, if you're from West Virginia, we're not called a redneck, son. That's why I know he's not from West Virginia. This guy's a liar, and he's a fake, and he's a fraud. I'm calling it right now. This guy is not from West Virginia. You know why I say that? He needs a black eye on a mason jar of corn whiskey is from West Virginia. No, he ain't from West Virginia. You know why I know he's not from West Virginia? Because in West Virginia, they did not ever call them redneck. The rednecks were down south. Okay? The rednecks worked out in the farms. Those were the rednecks. Appalachians were called hillbillies. Yeah, Appalachia. They were called hillbillies. I know, because that's what my mother was considered. That's what my grandparents were considered. I would bet his hands are as smooth as butter, never had a callus in his life. Yeah. I would even be surprised if that mullet is real. Yep, bluegrass music and sister loving. My people.
Because striking workers from all different races
Yeah, he's
wore red
smooth.
bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Their fight yesterday is our fight right now.
Guy's
Right
an
now.
actor.
It is our choice to build on this progress.
It's funny that the Asian guys, the Asian people are sitting there clapping furiously. Yes, like we understand.
And to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control over their government, their
What the hell is wrong with his ear? His left ear is funky.
workplaces, and their plans.
His ears are weird. I see why he has a mullet to take away from his ears.
And it is our moment to live up to. Let's get after it. Thank you very much.
That is a paid actor. That right there is no hillbilly. Sorry. That is no hillbilly. Puddle Town, tell me, you know what I'm talking about. his teeth look unnatural. Tell me, is that guy a paid actor? Because I don't believe him for a damn second. That guy's got to be a paid actor. This motherfucker is as much of West Virginia as you are a Yankee. Thank you, Ballstar. Yeah, he ain't no hillbilly. Okay, I'm calling BS on this guy. I even doubt that mullet is real. Because I'm telling you, you're from the Appalachians. You were called a hillbilly, not a redneck. Son of a bitches. Fake. Are they're going to give us some more of the damn the intro music that is that bullshit music to fight back against climate change. Can I say 2 words? One will do it. One word will do it for this guy right here. I don't even have to listen to what he says. I can look by those weak ass shoulders, sorry. The weak ass shoulders on this guy. And there's only one word that comes to mind whenever I see those weak ass shoulders. You know what it is. You're feeling it right now.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
Telling you. Climate change and homosexuality must just come in packs, dude. Yes, I don't know. Beta! Hey, Libby, what's up, brother? Yeah, that guy was born in West Hollywood. Exactly. What does Homesickle have to say? You missed it. Ballstorm. You missed the Reverend Al Sharpton. I feel for you, son. You missed the Reverend Al Sharpton.
And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
All right, let's go to the next guy.
I am running for Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen, Rosa Parks, Fred Gray, and it is the birthplace of the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay.
And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis. Look, my pathway to this stage was paved by...
Yes, RFK dropped out to endorse Donald Trump. No, they're talking about climate change right now. Your grandpa used to run Moonshine, New Mexico. He's more hillbilly than this Yahoo. Damn right. And the cool thing was back in what was it, the 80s? It was legal. It was legal in New Mexico to brew your own moonshine. You could do your own home brew, but it had to be, I think it was a quart and no more than that. If it was more than that, then you had to claim it. But things have probably changed since then. Oops, I said bad phrase. 2 letters that started with F and yeah, that'll happen.
Legacy of fighters. Fighters that include my mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis Figures, who is here at her 11th DNC. And it also includes my father, my late father, Michael Figures, who was also a state senator and civil rights lawyer who sued the Klan.
Oh, they probably will.
Listen, all of America, all of us owe a debt to courageous freedom fighters, both known and unknown, a debt that can never be repaid. But what we can do is ensure that the work of those fighters who came before us continues, and that our sacred right to vote is always protected.
So you need to have your ID to vote. Okay, gotcha. Oh, it's Beavis. It's totally Beavis. I can tell. This guy is Beavis. I see it coming. Ah, This guy, he looks like Beavis.
You know, like Kamala, I was raised by a single mom. Mom was a public school teacher who often worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. So when we talk about...
So what, you're saying that Kamala was a single mom? Is that what he's saying? I mean, I know there. Is this Charles Barkley? It does not look like Charles Barkley.
Lowering costs. I think about the times when we went to the grocery store when I was growing up and swiped the debit card and said a little prayer. But my mom and my community in Texas gave me a chance to chase my version of the American dream. I played football at Baylor and in the NFL.
Congratulations.
I'm a civil rights lawyer, representing my hometown in Congress. Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas' Senate seat blue. You know, nobody seems to be really happy about it. I'm looking, the crowd isn't really applauding. In the NFL, we had a term for guys like Donald Trump and my opponent Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type.
You know the type. I gotta tell you, I don't know. Okay. He's boring. Oh my God. Let's bring out a child. Is she gonna sing?
I'll never forget my husband's face as he tried to stop the bleeding, trying to do what doctors should have been doing.
What is she on about? If she's going to talk about some sort of horrible thing, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way, sister. My sister-in-law had one of the roughest pregnancies that I've ever heard of. Almost weekly, she was having to go to the hospital because of bleeding. Okay? Had to go to the hospital multiple times because of the bleeding. And at one point in time, not her doctor, a different doctor that was there because of the emergency that she was having, told her to remove the child and delete it. And I'm happy to say that I have a beautiful, beautiful 5-year-old niece to this day because she told him to go pound dirt. So anytime people start going out about this stuff and bringing children into this, go F yourself. And I'm not even listening to these bullshit people. Sorry. It just pisses me off whenever people start going on about this, because that last child was last child that should be able to have. So, they can go kiss my ass. Oh, look, we got dancers and drummers. Hooray. I think we're gonna have to speed this up. We're gonna have to speed this up, mute it out, and we're gonna give them some music. We are giving them the music of the people tonight. We will give them the music that they want. We will give them the music that they deserve. We will give them the party music that is going to just drive them crazy. We're going to increase the speed on this so we can just speed on through their musical song and dance, and we have the songs for them. Yay! Ole! Ole! Yay! Ole! Ole! Oh! Hurrah! 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 Here we go. Yay! Hooray! Olé! Was that fun? Was that fun? Come on. You know that was fun. Hooray! Look at all those influencers. Oh my God. They came out in droves. They gave them like little American flags. But you notice the flag that they're not waving that they want to promote so much? That little gay flag. They just don't have it anymore. You wonder how many illegitimate babies were conceived in the mosh pit. Oh, you know there was plenty of screwing going on down there. Oh, it was man, woman, and whatever they could get in their hotel room. Don't think about the economy failing. It's time for joy. Why do you think it's called Joy Division? That's what it's been about. That's all they've been talking about. Joyful division. You are being divided and you will enjoy every single bit of it. You will enjoy the division. Enjoy every bit of it. I can't play this part because, you know, they have really bad music going. And if I play that, it's going to get. So I can't play the music. Sorry. It'll just get me in trouble. It'll just get me in trouble. So we'll give them another song. Let's see what song we can give them. How about this one?
Oh, you gotta give it that fuck to it. Spit on that thing. Feeling high, time to glide. Feel so hard, can't hide my pride. On the grind, ride. Oh, you know fire inside. Feeling high, time to glide.
Oh, that's a nice Ernie Ball bass. Yeah, see. Actually, it's a 5-string E bass. I think of Beavis and Butthead. Every time I see this, I'm just thinking Beavis and Butthead, just like, oh. How you doing? She said, but you have a yellow Fender Mustang bass from the 70s. Looks like a Tele, but has 4 strings. Yeah. Sweet. Let's see what kind of BS she's going to be telling us.
Extraordinary. And
Yeah, they've been extraordinary, filled with bullshit. But tonight we're going to tell you some more bullshit.
tonight, we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris.
TP for my bungles.
Now, as I stand here, I know that there are folks on social media already saying,
Oh, let's see. You know what? I've got to do it. I've got to do it just for her.
Just for her. Because she looks special. She looks very special.
Very special. Indeed. Here we go. Let's see what she has to say. I'm just so happy to be here. And I got naked last night, and it was so awesome that I showed that man in my bedroom what I could do. And he was talking about it to all of you folks out there. He has got it just happy. I can do it better than Kamala. Don't you know that if I do this right, that I too could be the next president of the United States? All you gotta do is on all fours, get down and do the nasty for the whole group of people. Not just one person, but the whole group. You have to do it. You must do it. You get down on all fours and you too can make yourself happy and available. Check out my OnlyFans. It's beautiful. We do this all the time. I've been able to pay my bills off of all of the penises that have been in me. My vagina looks like a spread eagle Boston Red Sox fan that's been splayed apart. I love it and I will promote it so much. If you just look at me twice, you'll understand what it looks like. Come on, stand up. Stand up if you want to get some. Feel the energy in the room. Feel it. Feel it. This is my boyfriend. He stars with me. Look, I'm with my hero. We've got to act this scene out. If you've never acted this scene out, just look at me on Instagram. You too can join my OnlyFans. Just be with me, and you will see what it looks like to be a hero. We are on Instagram, OnlyFans. Ray. Oh, look, we'll take a picture here just to show you we're not AI. Yeah. I am special. Look, another picture. 1, 2, 3. Look, everybody is here. What are they talking about? This isn't AI. We are special kinds of retards. We ride the small school bus, and we are so happy. Yeah.
Oh, so special. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry. I've got my low voice now. I'm going to show you what it's like to be down and dirty on the weekends. Now, just know that tomorrow night, I have a special edition. All you have to do is go check out the expert on Friday Night Live. Go check out Friday Night Live on the Expert's channel.
These are our special immigrants that we brought across. Hey, my name is Susie. I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be here either. And They're lying to you. I am here as a prop. Okay, so don't you like it whenever we show children? You can go round and round on the school bus. I want to go home. I want my pizza puffs. I am so happy that you are here because I'm down on your level. I like to get on my hands and knees. Oh, look, over here. It's another ignoramus. Look, over there. You're another ignoramus. Look, you're an ignoramus. You're an ignoramus. You're an ignoramus. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. We're stupid. Yes, we're stupid. You're stupid. Look, now I will stand back up because my knees are sore because Bill has been in the back room. Well, come on, let's get out of here, kids. Let's go. We got to leave now.
Sorry. Help me. I'm here against my will. Help me. I'm here against my will. Oh my. Okay. More. Oh, this is Camel Toe's niece or daughter, stepdaughter. All I hear coming out of her mouth is one thing. I'm serious. Whenever I see that, I'm just sitting there going, oh my God, please don't do this. Because I'm looking at that picture and all I hear out of her mouth is one thing. And it's so bad. It really is. I am so sorry. I'm gonna do it. You know that I'm gonna do it. I'm looking at it. I'm just like, dare I do this? I'm doing it. You know, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because I'm looking right there. I'm telling you, I'm looking right here. I'm looking at her and all I see is this right here.
Spit on that thing.
Just saying. That's all I see. That's all I see. Oh God, that's so bad. That's so bad. Yamal said, joy is a hard day's work. Oh, what do we got now? What kind of race baiter do we have here?
Hello, how y'all doing? What's happening in California? No, wait. Where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years, and I ain't one.
Okay, so he's supposed to be a comedian, I guess. So he's gonna be he's talking shit about women. Yeah. This is not looking too well for you, son. Just saying. And trust me, Trump has no problem debating her. What the fluff? Oh yeah. Yes, it is. You know who this is.
One debate. I'm owing 93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican.
Really? I guess he's tasted the forbidden fruit. Just like she used to listen to Tupac whenever she was in college. Of course, whenever she was in college, Tupac wasn't even around at the time. Uh-huh.
And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way you can keep Kamala out of the White House is
Well, that's funny because they actually pulled up the latest polls, and he's beaten her like drastically, and that's within a 3 percentage point. I would say whenever they say, he's beaten her like by 9, he's probably beating her even much worse than that, because you make polls say anything you want to, but what it comes down to is election day. And I'm telling you, every single damn day that I come on here, and I'm telling you, if the Republicans were smart, all of the red states would wait until the blue states have their votes in. Like, all that stuff has been counted. They're just like, we're not getting anything from Middle America. How come Middle America hasn't turned in their votes? And at the very last minute, turn that shit in, show them what the count is, and I guarantee you could beat them. Other way around, since DNC, she slid down again. Yes, every day the DNC plays, she slides down that pole just a little further. I got you some lube there, sweetheart.
Is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even...
Wait, what happened to the Latinx? What happened to the transvestites? What happened to the LBGA, GG, GBI, CCAIA, Q, LMNOP, QRXT folks? What happened to them? Where did they go? Those people not supporting her anymore? What about all those pro-Palestinian folks you have sitting out front that are protesting? What, they're not supporting her anymore either? Yeah, she got a kung fu grip.
Even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman. But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream.
Oh, you weren't serious before?
It's not alone enough. Hard work alone is not enough.
Here. This is the kind of stuff that's been going on outside of the DNC. Here, why don't we show what's been going on outside the DNC? This is the paid actors you have showing up outside the DNC. That's what's been going on outside the DNC. Yeah, this is what it looks like.
Stay on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk.
Yeah, this right here is what's going on outside. Huh? Amazing how that happens, huh? Yeah, that's what these people are. That's what these people are supporting.
To succeed, that you need access and information and opportunity.
If you want access to Kamala or Camel Toe, all you got to do, show her the money. Show her the money. She is a high end piece of.
And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life.
No, you already have a fair shot in life. And she's not going to do anything to help you out, son. Just so you know, you're screwed. Enjoy.
But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher.
A prostitute? Yeah, I could see that. I could see you supporting a prostitute.
There is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search.
You don't need a Google search to show the kind of things that she's done. And in San Francisco, as a DA, she screwed things up drastically. As an ADA, she screwed things up drastically. As a U.S. Senator, she screwed things up even more. As someone that was supposed to be handling shit at the border, she screwed that up. So go ahead. Tell us how wonderful she's been doing for the past 3.5 years. And you think she's going to change it.
So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because Kamala, you give me.
You know why he's so glad he was wrong? Because she just paid him to show up here, probably a few $100,000. I'm not taking blame for the oppression and hurt they chose to pick and carry people like her and have us all set back. That's damn right, sister. Screw these people that want to tell us that oh, we got your back. Yeah, you got my back with a shotgun. Sons of bitches. What's up, traveling fools? Yo. Good to see you, brother. So good to see you. These psychos.
Hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies.
Oh, okay. Okay. So if they got the freedom to control their own bodies, is little Stevie going to become little Susan? Or are you gonna let little Susie go over there and screw and get like by a bunch of guys? Is that what you're gonna let her do? Because she can control her own body? How about be the adult in the fucking room and say no? A novel idea. Yeah, the protesters start to get rowdy. You know they are.
They have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them.
Well, that has nothing to do with it because whenever you're chopping their body parts off, how far are they going to go in life? All you have to do is look at Ellen or Elliot or whatever the hell it's calling itself. Went and chopped her breasts off. Do you think she looks any happier than she did after she did that? Nah. Legacy media, step outside.
That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible. But only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you. The best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you want. And we won't go back.
With this type of energy, the U.S. empire is in trouble.
Yeah, This is what's going on right now. You see what's going on right now. This right here, children. This is what's going on right now.
Israel is in trouble.
And all of these folks that think that they're doing something great and glorious, do you think that they're being paid by the same people that they're showing up to protest for? Yeah, paid anarchists. Oh, I'm sure there's a few there that actually believe. Just say, go to your email. Oh my God. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Do you think they'd get a mod if I introduce myself as, hi, I'm T-Rex, my pronouns? Yes, probably. Wow, you still streaming? Oh, I'm streaming this whole damn thing tonight. I am streaming this whole damn thing tonight because tomorrow is a different day.
This commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right? Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy.
Okay, I'm looking. So, Harry Washington. The only thing I got was from Rebecca S. Maybe I got you. I don't know. Did I maybe get something that was in spam? No. I'm not seeing anything from you. Okay, I'm just not seeing it. That's who that is. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. I don't know. I don't know these people. I mean, they mean nothing to me. Oh, let's see. What do we got? Oh, okay. Look, homeless encampments. Beautiful. Okay, don't know who she is. Freedom from gun violence. Oh, aren't they wonderful? Don't know who they are. It looked like I saw Matthew McConaughey. Did I miss it? Okay. Oh, this dickweed. Don't care about him. Don't care about the. Oh, is that Bezos? Yeah, don't care. Looks like Pink showed up because working class wants to have a few things that I believe. I do not know they believe. Gay flags and pro-Palestine don't fly together. Yeah, that is very true. So Pink showed up to bemoan about her stuff. Is this Bezos? Who the hell is this? Oh, let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out here. It's like I swear to God, this is the music. This is the music that you hear at the beginning of The Price is Right. That is exactly the music.
Hello, Chicago.
No, it's not Bezos.
Hello, Democrats.
Number 13. Come on down.
Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter.
I don't know.
And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist.
He's got elf ears, like troll ears. What? No, it's not that. It's the, oh, God bless. What in the hell are those things called? The ones with the fucking ears. Gabby Gifford.
We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly.
No. I'm thinking from Harry Potter, the guys that were always in the bank. The roles.
40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always.
Don't worry, it took a team to get, Kamala satisfied. So, Dobie. Goblins. Yes, goblins. Yeah, they were goblins. He looks like a little goblin.
I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War.
Oh, I'm sorry.
America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor.
The first Gulf War. No, the first Gulf War was CNN had boots on the ground before any military were there, so they could film them as they had boots on the ground. The first Gulf War was very short-lived. Is he a former MMA fighter? I don't know. But I do know that the first Gulf War was very short-lived. And that was to oust Saddam Hussein. Yeah, Saddam Hussein. So the first Gulf War was Saddam Hussein because it was George Bush that was told that there were weapons of mass destruction and there were entire villages that he had used these stockpiled weapons to gas people with. So he flew in the first Gulf War. I'm just curious because that would put him probably in his 60s. Yeah, that would put him in about his 60s.
Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong.
You're a liar.
Because it is actually Zelensky that's causing those problems. You can see his Biden is terminally backstabbed.
Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely.
And you have a weak president that has been in power for the past 3.5 years that's done nothing to quelch any of those things. If nothing else, they've increased the amount of vitriol and hatred between two countries or more. Kamala refused to sit down with Netanyahu during the congressional hearing where he sat down and spoke on the floor. She refused to show up.
What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO.
Don't care.
Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody.
Okay. Don't care about this guy either. He's a waste of space. This guy, oh, this is Jimmy Carter's son. He's back for the second night. Oh no, it's the Wicked Wish of Whitmer.
Who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night.
And you allowed 13 people to be killed in Afghanistan. Joe Biden, camel toe. That's what you guys did. So sorry for my lack of worrying about you. Oh boy, let's hear what this horrible person says. Yeah, we got to get past the music and the stupidity.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah, you're a horrible fucking human being. You were in on the plot to have men's lives ruined. Imagine that.
In Lansing, they call me governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch.
No, it's more like Big Snatch.
Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan.
Oh yeah, the one that locked their people in their homes while you went on vacation. He called you the horrible person that decided to go to Florida. While you kept people locked in their homes in Michigan. Also, you decided to go to your lake house whenever you forbade everybody else from going to their lake house. Yeah, that Whitmer. The one that was part of the Fed napping, where you had more federal agents. Do you think that they were trying to boost her up to become the next VP? But the only problem was she got her ass handed to her so hard by a bunch of no-name men that she tried to have arrested.
As an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor.
Then go take your happy ass back to Michigan. Please, really. Take your happy ass back to Michigan, because we really don't need your policy anywhere else.
Like women across America, we just GSD.
Get stinky drunk. Get sloppy drunk. Get STDs. I don't know. What's GSD? She's butthurt because she thought she was supposed to be VP. I don't know. I'm just saying. I have a feeling that, she's saying GSD. Get sloppy drunk. Get stupid dumb. Get stinky dick. I don't know what the hell she's trying to say.
Stuff done.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That I guess that's what you want to say. Yeah, okay. Michigan hates her. She's trying to take away the township rights to zone their own. Yep.
At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwich.
Oh. I'm sorry, I've never heard of the sandwich generation, but it sounds like some sort of sex cult or something.
Between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was.
Are you saying you don't have a man to help you out? Is that what she's saying? That no man wants to be with her? She's that nasty? No way. She's from Michigan? My comment didn't. Most of my family and friends in Michigan hate her too. Yeah, like passed late abortion bill too. Yeah.
Was dying from brain cancer. It was hard.
Well, and I'm sorry to hear that. But you know what? If you actually had a supportive husband, he might have been there to help you out. And might have given you the support and the compassion that you needed to be able to do that.
But not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it.
Butt plugs.
Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight
Sorry to hear
lower
that.
the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She
Oh, really? Really? How has she lived a life like mine? Tell me. He's just as bad. So you're telling me that Kamala's lived a life like mine? Okay. So tell me, did Kamala have a half crazy mother that used to abuse her on a daily basis, that set the house on fire and then called the 911 whenever she took the kids? Did you grow up living off of food stamps from a very young age and eating government cheese? So you're telling me that Kamala's lived a lot like mine. Did you move to New Mexico to live in a house to have it foreclosed on, and your renters, the people that were renting out to you, see that there was a bunch of shenanigans going on, that you ended up having to live in a mobile home in the middle of a mobile home trailer park? Did she have to go into foster care at the age of 13? Tell me, did Kamala live my life? Does she understand my life? Did she have to grow up in a primarily black neighborhood and be abused on a regular basis just because of the color of their skin? Tell me the rough life that Kamala had. Tell me, does Kamala know what it's like to have kids mock you because you're wearing clothes that don't fit you, and that your mother has to stitch them up just so they'll fit you properly, hoping that you'll grow into them by the end of the year? Does Kamala live a lot like I did? Did Kamala, drop out of high school, take their GED, and join the military at the age of 15? Tell me, did Kamala live the same kind of life that I live? Because it sounds to me like she had a father and a mother that were both professors, and she was better than the wealthy. That she was granted privileges and exceptions because of the color of her skin. She was given positions of power because, of whose dick she sucked. Tell me, does any of this sound like anything that I've had to experience? I think we come from two different sides of the world. I was considered poor white trash. I don't think she's ever had to deal with that. Just saying. So if you want me to relate to her being part of the elite, me being a poor white trash piece of shit my entire life, do you think that she lived the same life I did? Did she have to, sell off her aspirations of playing drums because, their mother decided that was the best way? Did she have her mother like freak out one day and burn all of their clothes in a fire pit because she thought they were satanic? I mean, tell me all about Kamala living the same lived experience that I fucking had. So she can go fuck herself. Sorry. She had to walk to school and back downhill both ways. Fuck.
He knows us. Donald Trump
Yeah.
doesn't know you at all.
Well, I will tell you, Donald Trump actually probably doesn't know me. Probably doesn't give two shits about me, but he also makes no qualms about it. He doesn't try to tell me that he understands. He'll ask questions. He actually would care. But if I ask Kamala, do you know what it's like to, have bullets whizzing over your head? Neither of these politicians would be able to answer that.
You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No.
And trust me, Camel Toe doesn't know either. Camel Toe doesn't know either. Camel Toe couldn't fix anything. She's built nothing. She's been a destroyer. Donald Trump has been building shit longer than Gretchen has been sucking dick.
First word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out?
No, because he actually was too busy working. Something that you wouldn't know anything about.
Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store?
Actually, yeah. Actually, I'm pretty sure that he's been to quite a few grocery stores. Do I think that Kamala's ever been to a grocery store? Yeah. I mean, they do sell food out of the back room.
That's what the chauffeur is for.
German Shepherd
Kamala
dog.
Harris, she gets us. She sees us.
No, she
is
doesn't.
Us.
No, she's not. She knows nothing about my lived experience.
We've
Fuck
all
that
lived
bitch.
through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires. An attempted
Floods and fires that that she kept people in prison to fight those fires. That's her level of giving two shits about people.
all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires. An attempted coup. A plot.
No, you just had a coup. You understand that what Kamala just did to Joe Biden was an entire coup. She's stretching Gretchen. You realize that there was an assassination attempt on a former president because of the rhetoric that these assholes were saying. Nice.
And a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't.
A pandemic that you perpetuated. Donald Trump stepped aside and said, states, you need to take care of your own shit. And you know what the states did? Well, what did you do, Gretchen? You locked your people in their homes while you took a vacation to Florida. Yeah, we've got the videos of you hanging out in Florida, not wearing a mask.
know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all.
Yes, we know what the next 4 years will bring if you vote for Camel Toe. We know exactly what's going to happen.
Your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan.
Yeah, it's called World War III because if you vote for Camel Toe, I guarantee you're gonna have a world war. And how is she going to be able to handle that? She's going to blame the Republicans because that's all she's done. This is what happens whenever you work your way to the top by, getting on your hands and knees.
You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago?
Gonna say, I feel pretty confident that shit would be handled before it got to that point. Unlike this sweetheart. Yeah. Show us how pompous you are.
I know. In a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan. To tell.
And I will tell you, it is not Campbell Toe. Because she has not been able to come up with a plan whatsoever.
The truth and to bring people together.
Yeah, she
right
faked
now,
hers.
before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass?
I agree. I am so with her. All the more reason that you should be voting for Donald Trump. There you go. Because he's been tried, true, and tested, and he actually didn't take crap from any of the countries. He is the president that was able to get those EU countries to start paying their fair share of shit. He was the president that was able to get our economy back on track. He was the president that was what started no wars. Oh, wow. He was the president that I was doing pretty damn sweet under him. He was doing pretty damn good. What about where we are now? Vote for Camel Toe, get another 3-4 years of the same BS. Vote for Donald Trump, and we actually get back on track. I don't know. You know that Minnesota doesn't require a governor to resign before president, vice president? Yeah. Gretchen changing styles so her kid can have a party. Exactly. But see, Gretchen's up there preaching to the choir. She is so happy to be here. Join us. Not sure who's running your state right now. Well, who's running your state right now? Well, it ain't them.
I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
She's done so great the past 3.5 years. You know, Gretchen might be pretty cute if, like, she would just go away. Oh, is that silly woman again? Oh, this fucking crybaby. Oh, this is the little whiny bitch that's about to come up. Oh, is he going to break down in tears? Shutdowns, wait, let's change that. My home is open. We've got the crying, whiny bitch coming up next. Oh, yes, this is going to be great. Let's bring up the crying, whiny bitch. Oh, here he comes. Here comes the little cuck himself. And look at the shoes he's wearing. What?
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm that little bitch that got in front of Congress and lied about January 6th and cried like a little sick bitch.
Thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches with you.
You've never been in the trenches, son. You don't know what the fucking trenches look like. The only trenches you've been has been in a Greek bathhouse. This guy, the only trenches he's been in is somewhere in the back lots of some, big lots somewhere. Dollar General. Yeah, that's the trenches this guy's been in. What a twat muffin. Geez, freaking Louise. This guy is an absolute. This guy is an absolute twat muffin. This is the guy that sat in front of Congress and started shedding tears like a little bitch. He is the lick stinger is what he is. Never did knuckle push-ups on concrete at 5 years old either. Yeah, I didn't do those either. Not at 5 years old. I didn't do knuckle push-ups. Shit, I didn't start doing push-ups until I went in the military. Those motherfuckers turned me they turned me into something that I'm probably not too proud of. Hey, that's the way it goes. God. This is hilarious. Oh my God. This guy is such a I'm sorry. He is the worst of the absolute worst.
As part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend.
You're an idiot, and he's showing us the size of his ween. Here you go. This is the size of my ween. It is that time. It is that time because I can't stand this little twat. I really can't. And sorry if that offends you, but this guy is an absolute twat muffin. Sorry.
I'm showing you the size of my wing because I am a special kind of retard. I sat in front of Congress and I cried like a little bitch because I saw how horrible everything was around me, and my life is special. And because I cried like a little bitch, everybody came in and they said, look, these are the size of your titties, and going forward, you need to smell the size of my penis. I'm so happy that it's this size. I'm special, and I'll take what I got something to say to Donald Trump that I did not want to be around you. I have big titties. I really have big titties. I identify as a woman, a really hot woman. I know that this is the size of my ween. It is so special to me to be this small, and I hold it dear to me. If it was this big, that would be inside me, not on me. This big is what I like in my butt. Because if it's in my butt, yeah, there's Newsom, and hey Newsom, you such a cocksucker too. It's this big. I like big ones. Big. Because whenever it's my size, it just makes me feel small. I feel so small. A small little man. Can't help it. It's just small. It's so small. Don't you judge me. Don't you be judging me on my small wing. Because I'm special. Don't make me cry about boobs, because I want boobs too. It goes with my small wing. If you never had a small wing, it's so special. You've never seen anything so big as what I had last night on the floor of the DNC. Tell me, have you ever seen anything as big as a large black man ramming you from behind? It just makes you feel special. So special, so special, so special. I didn't do it. I know it was him. It was him with the blue hat. He did it. It was huge. It was ginormous. Well, maybe not that big. It was like a fish. It gets bigger as I tell the story. Don't you know that it's okay? It's okay to feel that pain. To feel it inside you just makes you feel good. I've never felt anything better than that. My boobs were feeling special too, because he gave me love. He gave me warmth. He made me feel special. I know he didn't want to cuddle afterwards, but it's okay because cuddling isn't necessary whenever you're that large. For me, it was everything. It made it hurt. My little penis was so excited. I mean, have you ever been feeling special? A special night on the DNC floor? Late at night, you had a few bottles of bourbon. My bourbon is good. It is good. I didn't use it as lube. Not on the first night. That was the second night. The third night was more like the Vaseline. And it was so tight, I didn't mind the size of it. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. This big is what I can handle. Anything bigger than that just hurts. It hurts deep inside. Makes me want to cry whenever I get something that large. I've never felt so enlightened in my life. Because my butt was sore the next day. It was so sore that my little ween was just excited to do it again. So I want you to celebrate with me. Hold me in your prayers, hold my titties, and just make me feel special. It's all right. Ciao, baby. I'm sorry, I'm so bad. I'm so bad.
I can't help it. I had to do the bad lip sync. Elmo after dark. Sparkly hat. Yes, it is so bad. These people are so horrible.
Hi, my name is Elmo. I'm here to say, get down and let's get dirty. You know what it's like whenever you get close to all these people? It gets all hot and sweaty. Yeah, mama. And my daddy, he likes it. I said, Daddy, come out shopping, come to mama. I'm so happy to be here that I get to introduce Camel Toe. It's so awesome that I don't know what did I just say? Did you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, test. I don't think anybody's understanding me. Now, let me tell you what this is all about. This is about camel toe. Now, I have a large camel toe. My camel toe is so large. Look, this is me as a young woman with camel toes. Now, if you've never had camel toes, that shit hurts sometimes. So what you do is you got to make sure that you get some good saran wrap. That saran wrap holds everything in place. Now, it's not me being facetious or anything, because Bocephus, that was my brother. My brother, he was thrown in jail by camel toe, but that's okay, because I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to tell you that my sister, Camel Toe, she knows how to hold her own. She can hold a pole in her mouth like no other. And it's the best way that she does it. She is so good at it. Look, she got elected vice president. Who else could do that in this world? Oh my God. Aren't I special? That's right. Now, for all you retards out there that don't know the difference between red, white, and blue, that's because you're colorblind. Yes, you should not be colorblind in the DNC, because if you're colorblind, that means you don't understand that we are all not special or unique. We need to be one happy family, and we need to dance our night away. If you never dance the night away, you don't know what it's all about. That's right. Cheer for me, bitches. I am here to tell you that whenever I take your money at the end of the night, I'm going to be handing out the offering plate. You're going to be passing it to me. You're going to give me money. You're going to pay for my perm. You're paying for my limo, my hotel room, and dinner. Now, don't you go fretting it now, because you get to see me naked at the end of the night. You don't get to touch it, but you can touch. You look and take pictures. Maybe get yourself off later on. It's special, and I'm special, and I love you guys. And for the end of the night, I want you to dial 1-900-662-4433, and you will see all the dirty pics of me. It's so special that nobody else has seen these pictures yet, but you subscribe to my OnlyFans. You too can be special just like the rest. Thank you, and piss off.
Hey, Welsh lady, good to see you, girl. How you doing? Good to see you. We got retard. It's funny that they have the same music from The Price is Right. It's awesome.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper.
Hello, America. How are you? Glad to see you from sea to shining sea. Oh, more bullshit. So what policies does she have? No policies. I smell like a butthole, and you will too will laugh with me. And man, I swear to God that she has really got the boa constrictor jaw right there that just sort of opens up. And how many facelifts has she had? Oh, she's actually speaking? Oh, I thought she was just up there being a dumbass. I thought that was a commercial. All right, let's see what Camel Toe has to say. Well, we'll let the music play. Got her princess wave. Hello, I'm stupid. Look. Gah, 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 gah. I got my ha ha ha. She's so special. That's probably the best. Ha 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 ha. Let's see if I cannot screw this up. All right, what is she going to say that's really stupid tonight? Because this is going to get good. We got to wait for the music to die down because, well, they suck. All right, all right. Yeah, music that she's never listened to, they're playing. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, look. All of my paid supporters. Look, you. Yeah. I gave you 20 grand. I give you 30. Just so you can support me. I feel so special. I feel like a virgin. Never. Shoulder pads and all. Yeah. Let's hear what Bonehead has to say. There she goes. They're cutting out her laugh. Camel toe, camel toe, camel toe, camel toe, camel toe, camel toe.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Shut up so I can get my speech over with and go home because I got to talk shit about Joe.
Thank you all. Okay, we got to get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay, thank you.
See, they got a bunch of shit because they were taking too long throughout the night for anybody to get to the point. And that's exactly why they brought her out when they did. Because even people that were there at the DNC were saying, you know what? It's ridiculous that they're stretching this out because people won't shut up.
Thank you. Please. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. All right.
Yeah, what's your business?
So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug.
The cuck that he is. Good job, Doug. You're such a cuck. Good job.
For being an incredible partner to me, an incredible
A partner? Not a husband, just a partner.
father to Cole and Ella. And happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President, Joe Biden.
To my President Joe Biden, I cooed you, bitch.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record
Oh, she's filled with something, but it ain't gratitude.
is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both.
You just call him T-Bone. Talking. What about? You just call him Jim Walz?
An incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here.
It's humbling because you were forced and you had nobody else that could actually fill in the slot. It's sort of like her.
Here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected.
Good to see you, Walz
But
lady.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would...
So then again, you're Indian. So
you're a liar.
...cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles.
And you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Because I guarantee you that you didn't start listening to Coltrane until much later in life. Because it would have not been your style of music whatsoever.
The park, my mother would say, stay close. But my father would say, as he smiled, run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you.
Yeah, sure.
From my
You know you're a liar.
He taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home.
Why, are you saying you had a deadbeat dad? Is that what you just said? Deadbeat dad? She can't name one Miles Davis tune. Off the top of my head, I couldn't name a Miles Davis tune. So, yeah, I agree. Probably, more than likely. I mean, I could play some Miles Davis on bass, but yeah, I couldn't name a Miles Davis tune.
She rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay?
Yes.
In the Bay.
There you go.
You either lived in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride.
I bet she tended her lawn with pride too.
My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything.
Bitches brew.
And
Thank
do
you.
Anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and
I know there's something talking like she's got like this snotty talk, this voice that just sounds like I'm above you. She was that type of girl that I can imagine was just like, you're not good enough for me. Just that nasally bitch voice.
the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated. With
Drink
kindness,
me some Coltrane.
respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the
That's so disparaging. So motherfucking cringe. Ballstorm, you've got an invite. You're welcome to come by, son.
as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do.
I could just imagine. Maybe your mama didn't teach you the right kind of stuff, because it sounds to me like what weren't you saying that you marched with your parents at civil rights marches? So what happened to Dad? Did those civil rights marches not work? I mean, I'm really confused here, Kamala, Camel Toe, whatever you want to call yourself. That you keep talking about how great your mother was and all these wonderful things, and you're saying you went to these civil rights marches as in a stroller and you totally remember them. And oh my God, your mother did all these wonderful, great things. And I'm not disparaging your mother. I'm sure your mother was a fine person. But did she teach you how to slob the knob, polish the pole? I mean, I'm just wondering, because that's what you're known for.
Do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us And she
Yeah,
also told
halfway
us, "And
through,
never do
still no
anything
policy.
half-assed." And that is a direct quote. And that is a direct quote.
No, she showed her whole
Direct
ass.
quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil
Liar.
rights gathering, and they made
Liar.
sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley.
Liar.
Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at
Yes.
a young age, I decided I
There
wanted
you
to do
go.
that work.
Heidi's
I wanted to
right.
be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I
You know you're a liar.
She had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one
You
of the
told
reasons
some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole
I
life.
believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice.
That's not true, Jack. You're a liar!
As a prosecutor, when I
Liar!
I charged it not in the name
Liar!
of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our
Because you threw people in prison and kept them in prison for nonviolent crimes, so they could fight fires in California.
system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day,
Liar!
I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words.
You know you're
Harris for the people.
You know you're a liar.
And to be clear, my entire career,
Oh,
I've only
they
had
muted it.
one client.
They muted it. I didn't do that. They muted this shit. They muted it. That is not me. So what you're hearing is them giving the big F around.
The people.
I did not mute this.
And so, on behalf
This
of the people,
right here is
on behalf
them.
sacred America's fundamental and students being scammed.
The sound going out. The sound going out is them. Here, how about this? I'll show you what's going on outside the RNC right now. Here's what's going on.
We're not done yet.
Did I lose sound altogether?
We want to keep marching.
Seems like my sound just kicked out. Ooh. What the hell? Muted? I'm muted. Oh man, what the hell? Something just happened. I don't know. There we go. It's back. It's back. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry about that. That was me. So she's saying that she's going to move past Joe Biden? Like all the policies that they've had for the past 3 years. I got it. But only if I agree with you. So we're supposed to elect her because her parents are actual communists and she's a woman. Hear her roar in joy. Yes, that you've got it. Oh, am I? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I'm an idiot.
They of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue,
Sorry.
I reflected
My
on
bad.
a pivotal moment in my
I'm
life.
an idiot.
You
Boomer.
see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend Wanda. She was sad at school, And there were times she didn't want to go home.
Yeah, I don't care.
In this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words. So, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the...
I'm so inspired. I want to go suck a dick right now. That's how inspired I am. I'm so inspired.
Greatest nation on earth. I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
And she's got Don Rickles as a vice president. Just saying. That's who she wants to have as vice president, is Don Rickles.
And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past.
So that has been her presidency so far. So she's moving past for the past 3.5 years, the bitterness, the decisiveness, the horribleness of trying to assassinate a former president. She's moving past that because this is the part of the joy division you don't understand.
Chance to chart a new way forward.
Still no effing policy.
Not as members
Right.
of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put...
We've never been able to trust you up till now. So now we're supposed to trust you. But is she bringing? We know Trump. What about you? You're in charge. I need a drink. Cheers, Wanda. Cheers to you. Let me know when you got a drink and I will drink with you.
Above party and self. To hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections.
So stop calling it. If you believe that, I would never want to hear the word democracy come out of your fucking mouth again. How is that? If you believe this, if you ever say the word democracy again, I know that you're a fucking liar. Pardon my language, folks. But that is how I believe. If you truly believe this, sweet cheeks, she who spreads her legs wide and far, if you truly believe this, if I ever hear the word democracy come out of your mouth ever the F again, I know that you're a liar, because this country is founded on law. We are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. And every time that you say that we're a democracy and you're going to be fighting for democracy, it just tells me that you're a liar.
To the peaceful transfer of power.
You had the peaceful transfer of power. You didn't like it.
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads.
Not your highest ass.
Who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work.
Liar.
As a young court
You're a liar.
in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks.
As Attorney General of California, you tanked your country. So tell me how it's going to be different in the next 3 years that has been for the past 3.5. The next 4 years, do you think it's going to change? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, tell us.
$3 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure and helped pass a homeowner bill.
That means not shit to me in California. That's California. What did you do for the rest of the country? Here, let me show you what they want to offer you fine folks in California. This right here is what they want to show. This is what they're offering you in California. This is your affordable housing. This is what they want to spend $20 million on for you in California. Don't you feel more comfortable living in this home with your 4 kids without a husband? Because you're there with your gay lover, whatever hell else it is. This is what they want for you. This is your affordable housing. This is your affordable housing. This is what they want to build for you with your tax dollars. With your tax dollars, this is how the government wants to help you. Right here. Tiny homes. That's what they got in store for you. Every time they say, we're going to make it affordable for you, this is what you can afford. There you go. Enjoy.
Of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by...
Never have you stood up for veterans. The only time that you stood up for veterans was whenever you were done swallowing.
For-profit colleges, for workers who are being...
And they oh yeah, right there. Watch.
Students being scammed by big for-profit colleges.
Right there. You see that? You see that right there? The person that they shine to, that right there is an influencer. She's getting paid in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to be there to stream this live. Inflation up 20%, groceries up 30%. Here, I'll show you. I will show you right here. Give me just a second. I'm going to show you that this is what they're... You get it yet? You get it where we're at in this country right now? You see where we're at? Oh no, Volstorm, the capital gains tax is not capital gains tax anymore. Because what they want to tax you on is unrealized capital gains. As soon as your stocks go up, they want to tax you on those stocks going up without you ever cashing them out. They want to tax you before you've even made any money. And then tax you again after you've made your money. It is about taking away your power. It's about taking away everything that you hold near and dear. It is about their right to a woman going and deleting a child immediately. The day that they find out, they want to make sure that they do not perpetuate. And because they can't perpetuate the species, the race, they want to take your kids. They want to come after your children. They want to take your children away from you. And the reason they want to take your children away is because they can't have any more. Maybe because nobody wants to sleep with them, first of all. Second of all, it's easy. It's easy prey. They prey upon their children. Well, hey, Kamala, why don't you tell us about the 200, 300,000 children that have just disappeared? That you were supposed to be helping out, that you were supposed to be supporting. Why don't you tell us about all the child trafficking that's going on? Sending them off to people like Bill Clinton. Why don't you tell us about those? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful speech.
Their wages, the wages they were due. For seniors facing elder abuse. I fought.
Oh, yeah, we know about elder abuse. Look at Joe. Tell us all about elder abuse there, Camel Toe.
Against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings.
That you've allowed across the border.
Threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were...
No, there weren't. No, they were actually really fucking easy for you because you let them through. Camel toe, you let them through. But what will she do? She will continue with the same things that she's been doing. That is her agenda. That is their agenda. This is what they have been planning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how it was supposed to be. The past 3.5 years is what we were supposed to be seeing in 2016. They are playing catch up. They never expected Donald Trump to actually win in 2016. It destroyed every single thing that they've been trying to do. That's why it was so important to shore the votes in 2020. Once they made sure that those votes were taken care of, they had it in the bag. YouTube, you can go F yourself because you proved me wrong. Show me the paperwork. Show me the truth. If you've got the truth and not just your fact-checking bullshit cocksuckers that get out there and tell me, oh no, this is the truth right here. Don't gaslight me because we've seen it. We've seen what people have been showing multiple times and how much bullshit was pulled off. And it's about to happen again. We know it's going to happen again. We know who's going to win this election. We know how you're going to do it. The only thing is, are you going to be able to withstand the aftermath that happens afterward? That's the question. Are you going to be able to handle the aftermath of trying to pull the same bullshit that you pulled before? Because up to now, we have not seen any policies that are going to make America great again. All we've seen is this party has been destroying the United States for the past 3.5 years. And if you think you're immune to their bullshit, YouTube, if YouTube thinks that they're immune to the bullshit that's about to be struck down upon them by this same party that they promote endlessly, just remember, you're the first ones to be destroyed. Because they look at you as the billionaires. They look at you as the overlord. They will take everything from you. And you will have been voted in, the same people that are there to destroy you and take you down. There's no way I can get through 4 years of relying. Oh, get ready for it, K. Marshall. Because if you think for 1 second, that the Republicans have a single chance, that you think that Trump has a single chance to become the next president or next president again of the United States, then you're lying to yourself. And you're going to see it in real time. I'm going to be streaming. I'm going to be showing. I want to show you exactly the bullshit that they're pulling. And you're going to see it in real time. And speaking of real time, this is the man, the myth, the legend. How are you doing, Traveling Fools?
We got real time. Come on, baby. What's going on, Shizzy? How you doing, man?
How you doing, brother?
Hey, doing all right, man. Doing pretty good. Watching this craziness unfold.
It is.
Yeah, I don't even know what world we're living in anymore.
No, and I'm watching this, and people are on the Trump is gonna dominate this. He's gonna knock this out of the park. They've got no chance, dude. What just have you seen anything about what's been going on in Venezuela?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I keep up with it all, dude. Yeah, most of my streams aren't political, but I keep up with it very, very much.
And I'm sitting there going, I hate to be the bringer of like hate and horribleness and the garbage that's happening, but that's what whenever I say this, I hate saying it, but if you think that the Republican Party is going to be able to pull this off and actually win, then you're lying to yourself.
I mean, I think there is a possibility, but I do see where you're coming from because I mean, I don't want to speak too freely. There's only so much you can say on YouTube. You know what I mean? And I know the guidelines there, but are we doing the whole mail-in voting again? And like, when are they going to start pushing for that? Is that because of monkeypox or why this time?
No, well, it's not about that. They've already got it set up. It's already been set up. It's already pre-planned. And they're getting frustrated and pissed off in Florida because and in Georgia because they're saying, well, you're trying to change the voting laws. It's like they're trying to enforce voting laws.
Right, not change them. It's just actually make it all that bullshit that happened. Like, I love a good conspiracy theory. You've known me long enough to know I love conspiracy theories. I don't believe them all. Yes. I do understand the possibility that those machines could do this or could do that. I mean, in 2016, 2015, all the Democrats did was put things on there how the machines could be altered. You remember all that. And they were saying that the Republicans were going to do it. Then in 2020, all this shit went. But you vote in the same state as I vote in. And the rules were completely changed for that election. And that did not go through the local government. It didn't pass through the local Congress, any of that kind of stuff, which it should have had to have been done. And now they're saying, and that goes with the whole thing, like, oh, they're trying to make you stand in line with no water for 5 hours and the blah blah, it's all such bullshit. So now they're trying to say, you're trying to change the laws to make it harder to vote. I mean, it's the oldest thing that's gone on. I've listened to it over and over again. But I 100% do believe ballot harvesting is illegal in the state that we live in.
Yes, it is.
And it was totally done right there, right in front of our faces in that election.
Well, and I have to pull this up because this right here explains so much. Right here.
High hopes late in the game of flipping this election, but we shall see. Is Georgia, and that state's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is with us now. Mr. Secretary, good morning on a busy morning. I guess the big question is, Hoda?
Yeah, we want to know, when are we going to get your votes? When are we going to find out who's won your state?
Well, we have about 2% left to go. We had great success yesterday. We had 4.7 million voters that voted. Record breaker for us, beats the 4.1 in 2016. We also had average wait time of only 2 minutes, statewide average. We have about 2% left to go. And you can see where we are right now with the results that have been reported. I don't think it'll change any of the outcomes, but that's what really people that make those predictions do. What we'll do is get...
Well, that was interesting, though. We were just getting to the good part there because the Secretary of State said they got 2% left to count, Chuck, but he did not think it would change the outcome.
That's interesting.
But then he deferred to the prognosticators, which I think is over to you.
Look, I can just tell you what our models say and where those counties are.
God, I hate this guy.
Counties.
Yep.
And it's the Atlanta number. So it is going to shrink. Perhaps, if I were an arbiter of an election result, I wouldn't want to be the one saying yes. And when we count the vote, it'll change the result. I think his job is to be the umpire.
Well, let's ask Mr. Secretary. Can you hear me now? You just were saying something.
I'm getting phone bombed or something.
Oh, okay. Well, fair. You're a busy guy. You're all your friends wanting to know the same thing we want to know, which is when is Georgia going to report its results? But you said something interesting, sir. You said 2% left to count. You didn't think, however, that it would be changing the outcome. Right. Is that based on your analysis of where those votes are outstanding, or are you just guessing it because of the fact that it's only 2%?
We don't guess. What we do is report. We just see where the candidates are right now in both presidential, congressional, senatorial. And you look at how many votes are out there. even if one of the candidates got 100%, it probably wouldn't be enough to move it one way or the other.
Gotcha.
But it is what it is. We'll just wait till everything's done. The county's working diligently to get that done today.
Biden had high.
Am I mistaken in what you just saw?
No, I mean, that's 100. I watched all that stuff go down live, and it was like, we live in the same state. I mean, we've got a little place somewhere else,
Yes.
and I'm from somewhere else, but we vote in the same state. And I know this state pretty well. Yeah, the late night water leak and it turned out to be a toilet leaking. I mean, Jesus Christ, I've had parties
Yes.
at my house with toilet leakings before. Yeah, you know what I mean? Some, fat
Yes.
girl sat on the thing and knocked the toilet over. We're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It didn't stop
Like
the
there-
party. I mean, it would never stop counting.
No.
votes.
No, it wasn't meant to stop the vote. It was an excuse to move things around. I mean, and just in one of the primaries, I think it was in Michigan or something like that, where they came in and they were just like they found that what people were doing is they were double counting votes. It wasn't intentional, and they said, "Hey, we need to get this fixed." And people got up in an uproar. Now, see,
So-
this is stuff that they only report for a short period of time, and then it disappears off of the web. Hey, doll, oh, good to see you.
Shizzy says, hey.
But that is typical that we're going to see the same thing happen this election, and she is so gorgeous. Smile.
He said to smile. He said to smile.
She can just come flip me off. That's fine too.
Now, what happened tonight with Brian Kemp? Now, did he pass some new law? I missed that. We were doing trivia.
I haven't
tonight.
seen that yet. So if he
Well,
did, I haven't seen that.
Well, I saw a tweet from Donald Trump actually thanking Brian Kemp for what he did this evening. So, like, if you go to Trump's Twitter page there's like the last tweet. I just saw it just a second ago, right before I popped on here.
Oh, you have to pull it up. Shizzy, if they already have a plan, why would they need to switch out candidates at last minute? That's what the plan was. So whenever I say this, I'm saying this in all honesty of working in the music industry, of being around setting up venues, getting things organized. Whenever you have a president that all of a sudden drops out, and the next day that they have Harris for president on multiple placards everywhere that you look, that they've already got coffee
Right,
mugs
already
that are
ready to
being
go.
sold. Okay, these things don't happen overnight. This stuff was pre-planned ahead of time. This has been the goal all along.
Well,
This
they
has
set
been the
him
plan.
up for that debate with Trump. They knew that he would fail miserably in that debate, and that's the whole. And can we at least take 2 seconds to laugh about? I guess it was it last night Biden talked, night before last Biden talked, and it was like, I mean, it was so childish.
Yeah.
It's like you're like the Special Olympics kid everybody's cheering on or something like that. Everybody's out there. They have all these we love Joe. He's like, oh, thanks, God. I sounded more like Bill Clinton right then, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Bill Clinton was there too. So that doesn't change much. And
Okay, so
I mean, all of what you're seeing for tonight is for show. It is for show, because they already had decided. They already had decided who was going to be there. You have to remember the timing. They gave no opportunity for anybody to primary against Joe. And whenever they did, it was pretty much, we're giving it to Joe because Joe's going to take it. Joe ends up winning the primary. He's definitely going to be the next president of the United States because he's in place. So there's nobody else that has their name on a ballot. The only way that she got her name on there was because Joe promoted her, and nobody else had any opportunity or time to be on the Democratic National Convention's ballot for anybody to vote for them.
Well, there's another key factor to that. The only way that legally the money that was donated to the Joe Biden campaign and things like that. The only way legally that money could be moved to Kamala, whatever the hell her name is because she's already on the ticket. So that money was legally able to be moved from here to here to keep all that. That's another reason right there.
Well, that's why they were able to get Pink on tonight. That's the reason they were able to pay for Bill Clinton to show up. The reason they were able to pay the $1.5 million for Oprah to show up to speak for 30 minutes. All of this is a money game. All of these people that you've seen speaking outside of her, more than likely she's getting paid too, is all about money. Every single, and this is both Democrat and Republican, whenever you see these speakers up there, they are paid to show up and speak.
100%.
They don't do this shit for free. There's a reason why they didn't have certain candidates on the Republican side get up there and speak, because they did not want to pay them to be up there.
Well, plus they're not going to spend their own dime to fly out there and do that, to come to this thing and do, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be paid for that. Did you see the Babylon Bee posted earlier that Oprah left a gift under everybody's seat at the thing? And it was, I love the Babylon Bee, but they said that she left a gift underneath there, and it was a illegal immigrant under the seat is what they put. And so I commented underneath it. I said, you get one, you get one, you get one, and you get one.
Yes. That's awful. If you remember the letter Joe put out resigning from the race, he didn't even endorse Camel Toe, and that came 20 minutes later in a completely different tweet. And you have to understand that whenever you're seeing something in a tweet, Joe has never tweeted a single fucking thing in his life, ever. Joe doesn't tweet.
His hands are too sticky with ice cream.
I don't know if it's ice cream or hairspray from a 12-year-old. But you have to understand that whenever you're seeing those tweets, now I do believe that Trump tweets because they're so disjointed most of the time.
Right,
that
he definitely
unless you're on the inside of the joke, you don't get it. So it's like you know that Trump is fucking tweeting. But I guarantee
I've always thought this with Trump. He's sitting around a room and everybody's there, and all of a sudden he's like, I got to use the bathroom. And they're like, about 2 seconds later, like, did he take his phone? Did he take his phone? They're like, and he locks the door, goes in there. They're like, no.
They're like, stop.
Lady, cheating Joe.
But never has Camel Toe ever tweeted. Never does Joe tweet. They have staffers that do this for them.
100%.
Yeah, and the staffers are only doing what they're told by their overlords. And trust me, Joe is not any sort of overlord.
He's running this country right now. Like, I mean, somebody is, but it's definitely not the president of the United States.
No, not at all.
No idea what's going on. All right, so here's Donald Trump's tweet from 1 hour ago. It says,
let's see it.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to read it, because but it says, thank you to Brian Kemp, Georgia, at Brian Kemp, Georgia, for all your help and support in Georgia, where a win is so important to the success of our party and, most importantly, our country. I look forward to working with you, your team, and all of my friends in Georgia to help make America great again.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yeah, that was the tweet that just went out, which I have to say, I think Brian Kemp kind of had his hands tied a little bit in that last thing because it was just everything messed up. He should have, as Barney Fife would say, nipped it in the bud at the beginning, but he messed up and let it go to the end. Like, none of those, the voting shouldn't have been allowed to be changed without, illegally, just,
right.
It shouldn't have been able to be done. At the end point, I think his hands were kind of changed because of the Georgia laws and stuff like that. There is that. It's different in different states. I understand it. And I think Brian Kemp did a hell of a job during COVID. And, during all that, hell, we didn't, my life never changed. My life was actually better during COVID. It was awesome. I loved it. Everybody would go back to hiding and leave me the fuck alone. It was great. But
and I agree with T-Rex. I understand what you were saying, that your point was that he never endorsed Camel Toe. That all of her endorsement has been, it's fake. I mean, it just, you can see, if you're having to pay content creators to show up just to get support, then there's something wrong with your campaign. Fundamentally, there's something seriously going wrong. If I'm having, it's one of those pay to play kind of situations. Like I ran into this in California where they were just like, yeah, we'll make sure that, you know, you're out there and you've got this like great venue to play at, but we're going to give you $1,500 worth of tickets. Okay. If you want to sell them for $2, $1, it doesn't matter, but you have to sell every single one of these tickets. This is $1,500 worth of tickets. So whenever you show up here on the night that you're supposed to play, if you don't hand us $1,500, you're not playing. That's how pay to play works.
Right. 100%.
Like this is the amount of tickets we're giving you. If you sell every single one of them for $5, you made some money.
Well, they want seats in the house. They want the people buying the drinks. They want the people buying the burger. They want the people buying the thing. They want people there. Otherwise, it's a bust.
Exactly. And if you're going to bust us, we're going to make sure that you're going to pay for it. You're going to, if you can't put asses in the seat, then you're going to sell the tickets for that. And we're not taking this as a loss for the night.
Right. 100%.
But you have
I'll
to
bet
do
you
that
and
whenever-
I'll bet you and I were at a couple concerts together back in the day. I really think that we probably were.
Possibly. If you've ever been to the red light district, then yeah.
Oh yeah.
Probably quite a bit.
Well, back in
All
the
right,
day
let's-
in
let's-
Atlanta, I guarantee. I don't know if
Oh.
you're watching though. That link I sent you, have you been looking at it at all?
The link you sent me.
In Twitter.
You
I
sent
sent
it
you a
to
link.
me
A
on
buddy of
Twitter?
mine's like streaming and you know, keep it on your side view or whatever. But I'm watching it over here on one of these screens over here.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But
I'll keep that on the side view. But
just
yeah,
in case anything
those
pops
are,
off.
yeah, that is what's going on in Chicago right now. I could always pull that up right here. This is what's going on in Chicago right now. These are the small amount of protesters with their scarves, their happiness. This is peaceful. It's totally peaceful.
Yeah, mostly peaceful.
We
All right.
Yeah.
underestimated.
Yeah, we'll
at
get back to
practically
her.
every turn. But we never gave up because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future.
So you know, and I've said this multiple times. You know, you've had 3.5 years to get shit straight, and now with her being in charge, is it going to change? Are you saying that was a shitty process in the first place? I mean,
right. 3 weeks ago, they were telling us what a great economic bounce back we've had and how great everything was and all that. Now she's saying she's going to fix it. So it's like,
which one is it? Are you fixing it? Was it broken in the first place? Did you? I'm confused.
Oh, and then the sheep eat it up.
Well, the cool part is every time they talk about joy, because if you hadn't seen what the headline of mine is, it's called the Joy Division.
Oh yeah.
You know what the Joy Division was outside of being a punk rock band from the
that band.
70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good band. But you know, the Joy Division was something that happened in the 1930s, and it's all about joy. It's all about, you know. Also, another thing to remember is that, you know, if you take enough lithium, you experience joy, euphoria, and that's what this part is all about.
Who was running on the
take
joy
lithium.
thing? Was that oh shit? Who brought that? Was it Stalin or Mussolini? Who was it? They kept bringing that up, and
no, it was the German artist with the funny mustache.
there's more to that though. There was a whole nother. It might have been Germany. Anyway.
Yeah, it was joy and something. It was joy through strength,
Fellow
or strength through joy.
This election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement.
Well, another lie. So all I have to say is,
You're a liar.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Officers. When politicians in his own party
We got Hulk Hogan.
to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans.
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
You're a liar!
Consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit.
all right, tell me, explain to me, Camel Toe, how many police officers were killed by that violent mob? Tell me, Camel Toe, how many of those?
There's still people who are running around and tell you that, 8 people died on that day.
I'm curious, how many of those protesters were charged with insurrection? Tell me, was Trump impeached on insurrection how many times? Doesn't it appear more to me, Camel Toe, that you used the Department of Justice to go after a ban for everything but what you're charging him with?
Well, that was like, Shizzy, that was like the other night when I was watching the Biden thing, and he kept going on, and I wasn't going to run. I was, yelling, and he's like, but Charlottesville, when I saw those people, and, and then he's like, he said they were good. He called those people good people. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and I pulled it up immediately, exactly what was said. You have to put the whole conversation in context.
I remember watching that. There were people who were like, wanting to different groups. So I don't have to explain.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing, is he condemned the neo-Nazis and the white supremacists that were there. He goes, nobody likes them. If you've never seen the Blues Brothers, then watch the goddamn Blues Brothers. where they're sitting in the
nothing
bar,
worse than what were they? What Nazis were they? There was. What did they say? There's nothing worse than the Chicago Nazis or something.
Yes, and just like it just drives through them. It's just like yes, yeah. She isn't lying. This is malice. Exactly. It's hatred.
Intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he's.
And sweetheart, you called Joe Biden a racist,
right?
Like during your primary that you dropped out of because you couldn't get the support because Tulsi Gabbard owned your ass.
What did she get? 1%? What did she get? 1% of the vote or something? 0.9?
It was like 0.01%. It was so low that she dropped out. That was their hope that she would be there. The only reason that she's in this position. The only reason that she's in this position is because she will do it.
She got up off her knees.
No, because she is on her knees.
No, she got up off of them at this point, but yeah, she's been there.
Yeah, that because they know that they can control her. That's it. That's the only reason she's in this position, is because they can control her.
But Shizzy, would you?
Would I?
No, I'm joking. Move along. I'm totally joking.
Oh,
sees as the enemy. His explicit.
I need more alcohol for that
to
one.
deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power.
Liar!
Especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Oh
only for acts that are part of his duties.
like every other president in history.
Yes. And so, but here's what I see coming down the road in the next few months, and you can call me out on it in the next few months, is they are going to try to stack the Supreme Court. They're going to try to add more justices to the Supreme Court.
But that'll have to go through Congress, and I don't think that
he
can't make that won't happen. They're going to say that's going to happen, and they're going to push for that. But I don't.
That's what I'm saying, is that is their next big push, because
wouldn't that have to go through Congress?
It would have to go through Congress, but if they're able to push it through, they will. That is their next big push.
But they can't with the votes, though. I mean, it would have to be a 2/3 decision for something like that, and you're not going to get. If they win again, they'll do it.
Oh, but they're gonna start pushing for it in the next. Before you even get to the election, they are going to be pushing for it.
Yes, 100%. I agree with you on that. I've actually talked about that myself.
Because whenever they start talking about women's reproductive rights, which tell me where in the Constitution that anyone has reproductive rights, you're not going to find it. Whenever they start talking about them, whenever they start preaching on these reproductive rights issues and the gay rights issues, and that's another thing. You notice that you don't see too many rainbow flags flying around here, because they are trying to get middle America, the people that could be swayed one way or the other. That's who they're trying to get right now. And these painted flags that they have that are not real sitting behind her, those aren't real flags. Those are pictures. You can tell by the distortion on it. That they do not understand what the American flag was for.
They don't give a damn about the American flag.
No. Whenever you see those protests that are happening currently in Chicago, those people are paid by the DNC. Those are supporters of the DNC. You know, everyone's saying, well, not even these people like them. That is not true. They are on the same side.
I hate to be one of those, like, my cousin's brother's person, but like my cousin, who's a really, really good friend of mine, his half brother gets paid to go to those things. He does. I mean, they talk about it at Thanksgiving. They talk about it, all that stuff. And you know, they can't stand each other, my cousin and his half brother, but they have to go to Thanksgiving together. But he openly tells them about this stuff, that he gets paid to go to these protests. He's from Connecticut, you know, up there.
Oh yeah. The hell is it? So they're asking for the black mask. You guys are killing me here. They want to see the black mask. Is it?
Spit on that thing.
It's not that one. I know. I'm being an asshole. I showed him this the other night. Let me see if I can find it here. There's a mask that I show everyone. So just remember, every time that you saw one of those RNC, DNC, anybody from the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, all during the COVID, they had a very special mask, and this was the mask that they wore.
Yeah,
multiple times.
That's why Joe Biden sounded like that.
Yes. Oh, so bad.
Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use.
So tell me, how did Joe get away with having classified documents whenever he wasn't supposed to, and still hasn't been prosecuted for him?
Imagine Joe Biden with no guardrails. Jesus Christ.
Oh, he hasn't had any guardrails. You can tell every time he falls down on his bicycle.
Use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States. not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client
You know
he has
nothing
ever
about national
had,
security, sweet cheeks.
himself. And we know
Liar!
term would look like. It's all laid out.
Liar!
Written by his closest advisors.
Project 2025 that he's multiple times said, no, I don't support this, you dumb bitch.
The only people who even know what Project 2025 is the Democrats who keep talking about it. Like nobody else.
Yes, for the past few nights, they come out carrying the fucking giant ass book that says Project 2025 on it. They're the only ones that has the damn thing.
There you go, Shizzy. I gave you a link. Did you see Kamala did an interview today on 60 Minutes?
Oh, let's see.
To become the presidential nominee of your party?
Well, sometimes you just have to hawk Tua and spit on that thing, you know?
And its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back.
No. The problem is that's what you're doing is you're taking you're all this crowd out here. If none of you folks remember, which most of you probably don't, she wants to take you back to Jim Crow. That's what she wants to take you back to. She wants to take you back to the housing crisis of 2008.
They gonna put you all back in chains.
Man, I'm telling you, if every time I hear them talking about affordable housing and all this crap, all I do is I just say, this is the affordable housing that they want to build for you right here. That's your affordable housing. You will live in it. You will be happy. You will eat the damn bugs. That's your affordable housing that they want to build for you. That's where your $12 million per state freaking goes to. Okay. That's your affordable housing. That is what you're going to be living in. Every time they talk about it. No, you're not going to be living in the $600,000 home because that's not affordable. This right here is what you can afford. This is where you will live. It looks like a fucking prison camp. Every single time you hear them talk about it, this is your new home. You want affordable
looks like
housing.
a trailer park in Florida, but
well, no, it's actually the housing in California, and most of the builders for these are losing money, so they're just like, I'm out. They're trying to get a lot of counties, even here in Georgia, to get them rezoned so they can put these properties in. It's a constant fight. I know because this is the area of real estate that my wife practices. Okay.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they took those shipping containers and just dropped them down, put a little decoration on there, chopped a couple, windows into it, and just, I mean, that's what it looks like to me. It just looks like welded together shipping containers.
Pretty close, pretty damn close. At least these have a bathroom in them.
Well,
it's bad. Just know the things that they're proposing. If you dig down deep into it, every time I have to read in the morning, I'm reading something by the AP, and they're just like, "Oh, look at all the wonderful things that they're doing," and they're doing their fact checks. Their fact checks are not correct.
No, not at all. What about the job reports? What about the job reports being down?
Oh yeah, no, they were
1,000 fake jobs that they tried to.
Oh no, they're spreading fake news. How dare you, you son of a buck! Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's not looking good for them.
We're not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare.
Which he didn't. That would be.
You're a liar.
We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
You're a liar.
When
you're a liar.
Deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
You're
that
a
would
liar.
be the best. That would be the best fucking thing
you're a
that
liar.
ever happened. Would be to defund the damn education thing, because Jesus Christ, what a joke our education system is. But
But that was not what he was doing either.
No, I know he wasn't, but he should. I wish he would.
Well, I wish he would, but no, what he did was actually set aside and say, we want to have more charter schools. We want people to be able to homeschool their children. Because if you don't agree with the diversity, equity, and inclusion, then we can make this happen. Instead of all of your tax dollars, you can get a tax deferment if you homeschool your children.
But you should
get a tax. Yeah, if you think that you can do a better job than a teacher, if your teachers are sitting there, if the first thing that your teachers are telling you is, we want to make sure that your pronouns are correct, why would you want to send your child to that school? If your teacher, the first thing that they say is what is your level of math, English? What is the level of your history? What is the level of science that you comprehend? Do you know how to read the face of a clock, or do you have to read a digital clock? Do you understand what civics are? These are the things that our children should be taught, that they're not
Shizzy,
taught.
I asked at trivia tonight, because I host these trivia nights at these bars.
Yes, your trivia nights are damned awesome. I'm too stupid.
But see, I actually host them in bars. Like I do that twice a week. I go to these couple bars, and those are the same questions I use on Sunday night. I just upload them into the program. But those are the questions I ask. No multiple choice. It's all real. I've got all these college professors, all these people. It is fun as hell. I asked the question tonight. I was like, how many years does a U.S. senator, I had it worded better, but, how many years does a U.S. senator serve? And like 50% of the people in the place missed it. I'm like, God damn, you people.
It's 4 years, isn't it?
6. But
is it 6? Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was 4 or 6 because yeah.
But one of the funniest things is you talk about the teachers. So 2 weeks ago, I had this team show up, and it was all these teachers from the local high school.
Oh God!
And they showed up, and they came in there, and I've learned, because I'm putting on a show. The whole thing has to be a show. You're trying to keep people in a bar. You're trying to keep people in there. And I realized there's 4 rounds. Round 1, easy as fuck. Bonus question, easy. Round 2, a little harder. Round 3, I always go into entertainment and shit. And round 4, I just mind fuck people. Like, now we'll find out who the smart people are in this room, and because you can't have everybody get tying. But they came in there and they were laughing. They were like, round 1, they were rolling through it, and they're like, oh, round 2 comes up and they're like, oh, a couple of them. By round 4, they were fucking one of the last place teams in the whole place. And I'm sitting there laughing. I'm like, yeah, well, there you go. There's our school teachers, at work, because you're getting your asses kicked by a bunch of fucking random people.
Rednecks. Yeah. They can, they had this guy earlier on tonight that was talking about, he was from the Appalachians, and he looked like a bad imitation of Joe Dirt. Like, had
like no in rock.
Oh God, it was worse, dude. It was so bad. And almost everybody in the chat is like, this guy is a paid fucking actor. There is no way that this guy is from Appalachia. There's no way possible. His teeth are too fucking clean. He's too clean cut. His hands look soft. And he speaks too goddamn well.
So he's probably from Gainesville, Florida. They just took him up there.
No, I doubt he's even from Gainesville. No, it's
a UF joke. Yeah, I'm throwing shots at that.
Yes, I know. I got you. No, he had to be from somewhere in Southern California as a paid actor, because it just didn't match up. Like the clothes they weren't right. I mean, have you ever seen like Tim the Tool Man? What was his sidekick?
Oh shit, what was his name? It always poked. No, Tim. Are you talking about the guy that poking his head over the thing? It wasn't Norm. That's Cheers.
No. It was the guy that he worked with. So
the fat guy, the brown-headed,
fat guy, and where he always had the flannel shirt on. It looked the flannel shirt was always too fucking clean.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you're a woodworker and you do not have clean fucking clothes. If you have clothes that have no holes in them, then you must not be working on fucking wood.
No, every shirt I have has a hole in it that I wear to work.
It has holes. It has fucking glue.
Right around my stomach, right where it hits my table, because the glue gets on it every time, and I got these holes in my shirt. Yeah,
exactly. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, and that's what he looked like. It was just like an imitation of what everyone expected to look like. He was like, yeah, in the Appalachians, they call us rednecks. And I was like, no, in the Appalachians, they call you hillbillies. They call the people that worked in the cotton fields redneck. They call the farmers rednecks. They call the people that were out there in the sun all day rednecks. People that are in the coal mines, people that worked the fucking hills, they called them hillbillies. Big fucking difference.
Yeah, and he probably didn't have any of the colloquialisms right or any of that, you know.
Oh no, his accent wasn't right. He was saying he was from West Virginia. I was like, I fucking doubt it. I fucking doubt it. You don't know West Virginia, son. You don't know West Virginia. Let me bring my fucking wife in here. Let me bring my mother-in-law in here that was born on the fucking Eastern Shore. God damn it.
Yeah, the dude that co-hosts with me doing trivia night, Joey, he's from West Virginia. Now, you want a West Virginia guy on there, we'll get Joey on there. Don't worry.
Yeah. And Joey will fucking tell you in a fucking heartbeat about the fucking Appalachian Mountains. Yeah. And he'll agree. He'll say, oh, yeah, there's a big difference between this. He'll look at that. He'd take one look at that guy and go, there ain't no fucking way that guy's from West Virginia.
No. Hell no.
Yeah.
New Jersey, West Virginia, right there, that whole thing. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I'm sure you've been stuck in New Jersey before. No worse place in the world than ever to be stuck in New Jersey.
Yeah. I mean, there is a certain place in hell that I'd rather be in.
Going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America.
All of this is bullshit.
But we are not going back. And we are charting, and we are.
So that's that actor. That was in Rwanda. Damn it, I can't think of his name. That's an actor. That's a famous actor.
Oh shit!
God damn it! What is his name?
I thought he was trying out. I thought he was trying out for the 2025 remake of Lord of the Rings. He's going to be Gollum.
No. He's actually a really famous actor, and I can't think of his fucking name. No, it's not Wesley Snipes. He was in that movie about Rwanda. He's done some other movies.
Was he in a Get Out?
Maybe.
He kind of looks like the guy that was in Get Out, but I don't know. They all look alike. I'm just kidding. Bad joke.
Cheadle. I think that's right. That sounds right. Cheadle. Don Cheadle, I think. Damn it. I know that's who that is. I think it's Don Cheadle.
Just making a joke.
Don Cheadle. Yeah. That is Don Cheadle. Here you go. Let me pull this up. So that's him right here. And the only reason I say that is because I was like, I know who that fucking person is. This is him right there. So Don Cheadle is there. That's Don Cheadle right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, he's actually a really good actor. I mean, I'm not joking. I'm like he's actually a really good fucking actor.
I mean, I think Tom Hanks is probably one of the best actors who's ever been on the face of this planet. But he, I don't agree with him politically, but I'll still watch his movies. I'm not one of those weirdos that's like, I'm not gonna watch your movie because if you're a good fucking actor and you're gonna put on a good show, I'll watch you. I don't give a damn.
Exactly. I don't have to agree with your politics to fucking think that you're a good actor or a good musician. I mean, what?
And I don't mind these people expressing their political opinions either. I hate the people, and we see that so much, like on the right or on the, whichever side of it. Oh, shut the fuck up and act, or shut the fuck up and play your thing. Well, you know what? It's no different than Joe the plumber saying his political opinion than it is to, Cheadle the actor saying his opinion, because I don't put different people above other people or below other people. The person working at the gas station you go to has just as much right to say their political opinion as Tom Hanks has the right to say his.
Exactly. Yeah, I think what disturbs me is whenever you have people like Tom Hanks that tell the guy that's working in, the 7-Eleven that he doesn't have any right to his political views.
Well,
That's where I have a problem.
Well, of course, but we're on the same page. You and I are on the same page on 99% of what we have.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Charting a new way forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical.
So the key word tonight is going to be forward and joy. Joy and forward. Joy division, forward into your face.
And what the hell have they ever done for the middle class?
Nothing. No, they tax the middle class. Whenever they talk about, oh, we're going to tax the rich, we're going to tax we're going to raise them. No, they want to tax the middle class. That is their goal. They
want to do away with the middle class.
Oh God, yeah. Do away with the middle class because you need to become workers. Do you remember like probably right before Obama got in there with Obamacare and everything? Do you remember having like really good insurance that didn't cost that much money? Remember those days? Oh, yeah.
Where you had really good insurance and it wasn't expensive. It was like your job would give it to you, like it was just handed out like Oprah handing out wands. Yeah, it was out there.
And here's the thing that people don't realize: the reason that they would do that is because there was a certain thing that the federal government did about your wages. And that was very specific. And I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I remember studying on this. And there was something about part of your hiring package had to do with providing you with insurance. So although
you didn't have to, but it was a perk. It was a perk because it was so inexpensive. The government wasn't forcing you to do that before that point, but companies could like legitimately say it didn't cost that much money, but we'll pay 50% of yours and 25% of your spouse, blah, blah, blah. And you'd go in there and it cost you $60 a month and you had a $2,000 copay, for a year, and it would cover all kinds of shit. Then Obamacare came in and all the middle class lost their fucking insurance, and all the fucking people who were in the, low class. I don't like to say lower class. You know what I mean? It just makes me feel weird.
Yeah. That were not making as much money.
That never had insurance. Now all of a sudden they got it for free. And the people who in the middle class started paying for those people to get it for free and couldn't afford to pay for their own. So yeah.
Well, and that was also about the same time that they changed the insurance to they considered children 25 and under to be children.
Yeah, it used to be 18 and it went to 25, then it went to 28 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, basically you have a grown fucking adult that you're paying insurance on, that you can keep them on your insurance. I think you're
right with that. Yeah, I think they only went to 25, but
it was so bad. I'm just like, why? Make these motherfuckers get out there and get out on their goddamn own. I don't need a damn nanny to take care of me.
Look back at your life, Shizzy. Could you imagine at 25, like worrying about whether your mom or dad was paying your insurance? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, like,
no.
You're kind of like me. I mean, I had to go out on my own. Not because my parents were, I mean, I had a blessed childhood. I was spoiled rotten growing up.
I did.
But I ended up with when I was young, but about the time I turned 17, 18, I mean, a whole lot of kids in the house. I mean, the only reason I went to go to college is because I could kick a ball. And, that's what happened. I was able to kick a ball, so I was able to go to college for free. I was stupid. I went on as a music major playing sports, It's like dumbest thing in the world, but I wouldn't trade it for all the money in the world. I had so much fun. I got to play with the Atlanta Symphony. I played with I like the things that I did in my life were really cool. And then, life happens and things change.
Oh, yeah.
Success and building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget.
Liar.
We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
You know you're a liar.
Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners.
That's not true, Jack. You're a liar!
To grow our economy and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
Okay, the housing shortage. You see where BlackRock just bought up more homes and did all that, and now they're doing that thing to where they're giving out the, I think it's like $25,000 or $30,000 down payment through this other corporation being funded somewhat to the government or something like that. That's a whole other plan. It's all in cahoots. It's money laundering. It's racketeering at its best.
Yes,
that's going on right now too. And that is exactly what they're setting that up for.
Is the same thing that happened in 2007, 2006. They were making subprime loans to people that could not pay those loans back.
I was a mortgage broker back then. That was actually awesome. To be on that end of it, it was great.
Oh, yeah.
Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead,
You're right. He fights for everyone. Weird how that works out, huh? So I can't wait to see the debate between him and her, because they've provided no policy. Throughout this whole thing, no policy. So who are you fighting for? You're fighting for the middle class? You're fighting for the gays? Fighting for the blacks? You're fighting for everyone, but for the people that are going to vote for you. Interesting.
he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a
you're a liar.
tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle.
How do you figure, sweetheart? How do you figure? So what's your plan?
What's
because
that?
From what I can see, Trump has said that he's going to put tariffs on foreign goods that are coming into the United States that have been eliminated. So currently, China can overload the system with cheaply made goods, things that are not made in America. Production ends up shutting down because nothing's getting made in America. And he's talked about bringing manufacturing back to the United States. That is one of his biggest things that he's about bringing back in. We need to bring back manufacturing to the United States. These outsourced companies that are charging much, much less for the products, we're gonna put a tax on them. The consumer ends up paying that tax, but here's the outcome of that. That tax ends up going back into the coffers of the government, which means that your tax bill goes down at the end of the year, which means you don't have to pay as much in taxes. That's how the tariffs work, is you're actually taxing the people that want to bring products in, which does two things. One, if the product becomes too expensive, why would you buy an $800 TV from China whenever you could buy a $400 from the $400 TV from the United States. It's actually made in America. Huh. That put your uncle into a job. They don't like that.
They don't care about that.
That will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
You know you're a liar.
I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home.
Is she going to start talking about abortion?
You know she's going to start talking about abortion.
Well, if she's talking about abortion, are you telling me that the most innocent of creatures, a creature that has not had the ability to experience life, what she's going to say is it's absolutely fine to rip that child out, suck it up into a tube, turn it into a spaghetti, and
fucking
just
disgusting.
flush it down the fucking toilet. Because that's disgusting. What she's saying. Yes,
no, and that's
she's
disgusting.
Saying.
I mean, there's a lot of things. Like I'm a libertarian in so many ways.
Yeah.
Like in so many ways. I'm the guy that just says, government, leave me the fuck alone. But one thing I will say is I am pro-life, and I am very pro-life. That I'm a Catholic. I went to Catholic school my whole life. And I can't get on board with that. And anybody who doesn't like that about me, sorry about that. I don't like murdering babies.
No. I understand that there's a reason if there's incest and rape.
And none of this stuff that they put out.
If the mother is in distress and this is the only way to save the mother.
Yes.
I understand that.
100%.
And I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about using abortion as birth control. I find disgusting and despicable.
Well, and then they always come back with the thing. They're like, well, it's only 1% of the people who have late term abortions or something. And then, but they put it as 1%. But then when you look at it, and the actual ludicrousy of the whole thing is, you know what? 1%, that's 10,000 babies that you just murdered, 1,200 or 12,000 babies that you just murdered. Even if it's only 1%, 1% of the millions of babies that are murdered is, 12,000, 14,000, something like that. That's 14,000 lives. But yeah.
How many per day? How many per day? You start putting that into a calculation of, and it's
14,000 divided by 300. Let's just call it 365. 400. Right, exactly. That's 60, 65 babies a day that are murdered. So yeah.
But hey, all for women's reproductive rights.
Man.
Okay. But you know what? Each state is allowed to make their own decisions. If you don't like the laws in your state, change them or leave the state.
100%. And it should be states' rights.
Federal government shouldn't be in control of women's bodies. But that's what they want.
Well, it's all coming back to states' rights. It's just like the Civil War. It's all coming back to states' rights. Here we go again. History repeating itself. The states are separating from the entity because of a disagreement over states' rights. And now they're going to use abortion instead of regulating the price of goods that could be sold.
Exactly. Instead of talking about cotton, it ends up becoming a child.
Exactly.
Instead of, selling, hey, thank you, Diane G. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you so much. I love this picture. It just looks like pure happiness right there. I love it. I love her avatar.
Though, Shizzy, if you think about it, though,
Tonight,
if you think about this real quick, at least back then you were able to pick your own cotton. Now you can't even pick your own kids. So,
yeah, true. True.
Too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here.
Democrats. That's how we got here. Democrats.
Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words,
You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
Over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories.
But you've never been to the Mexican border, huh?
No, she didn't make it to South Texas.
No. Well, she did make it to El Paso, but very far away from the border.
Right. Yeah. She stopped in at a Del Taco or something like that.
Well, I would love to put her up in the Plaza Hotel that I stayed in whenever I was there for my medical entrance exam in the military, because from the plaza you could actually see people crossing the border, and that those were actual migrants. They would come in at in the mornings to do work, and then at night they would go home. Those were true migrants.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And they would take that money that they would make, and they would send it back to their families that were not living in Juarez. So, yeah, she doesn't know anything about this shit, because she lived in California in the lap of fucking luxury. They said she worked at McDonald's. I think she should go back to it. She would make a good.
What was that guy? What was his name? Billy. She worked in his lap too. What was his name? The guy she worked for. Bobby. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children.
That's completely different.
Are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to
You're a liar.
Cut off in the middle of IVF treatments.
Nobody's doing this. This is not happening.
Assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country.
You're a liar.
Because of Donald Trump.
No, it's not.
And understand, he is not done.
That's not true, Jack.
Because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not even the goddamn president.
Limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress.
He's already said that's not true.
Get this. He plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator. And
No,
force
he
states
doesn't.
To report
That's
on
not true, Jack.
Abortions.
You're a liar.
Simply
But the sad thing is, so many people believe this. So many people actually believe this bullshit is true.
And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women.
Well, that's your first problem. Joking, all you ladies out there. It's just a joke. I love you. I love you, ladies.
That's why I'm laughing. That's why I'm laughing, because my chat understands that that's a joke. That's your first problem. Why you trust a woman? Damn it!
Right.
No, that's funny. Well, when they asked her if she's been to the border, she said she's not even been to England. I know.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been to England, but it's like, she's the fakest, phoniest, biggest piece of shit I've ever seen. Like, nobody likes her. Nobody likes her at all. I like the fact that even the black people are like, fuck this bitch. Yeah, like it's ridiculous. The only people supporting this are those liberal white women and those cucks. You get this fucking soy boy cuck people that are, that's the only people supporting her. All this is fake. Nobody's actually supporting this lady.
No. That's why it surprises me whenever the election tallies come out. And I said this.
She'll probably win, but it won't be. It'll be just like last time. It'll be like bullshit.
If Republicans want to win this one, what you do, election night, all of the red counties, all of the red states, all of the little red groups do not turn in any of your election results. Do not show any of them until midnight.
I love that idea.
At midnight, you turn in all of your election tally.
You wait till they're done.
Mm-hmm.
You say, all right, Fulton County. All right, Fulton County. All right, DeKalb County. We're not turning in ours until you turn in yours. There's no reason in the world why other countries around the world can have an election, have it done. We're in 2024 with all the fucking progress we've made through finding out, how all this stuff works, the internet, all this. How does it take longer to do things now than it did 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, 60, like 20 years ago, 100 years ago? There were people riding on fucking goddamn horses taking the fucking shit back and forth, and we could get it done faster. Now we're in 2024, and it's like, well, we might not know. They're already putting that shit out. So don't be surprised if you don't know the results for at least 2 to 3 days after the election. What the fuck are you even talking about? You should know that shit instantly.
Yes. But if we did it like we were supposed to do, that each one requires that you show proof of ID, that you have to sign off on it as a legal document, that you're signing off on it. You sit there in front of somebody and you are putting your mark, whatever it might be, an X, a Y, a Z, it doesn't fucking matter. Your actual signature. If you put down, and you have to do that in front of somebody, you're signing an affidavit saying, yes, this is my vote. Everything that I'm attesting to is true. But whenever you see something that comes across that says, oh, there might have been 1,000 that were illegal aliens that voted in this election, but that's just a small amount. No amount.
No, one's wrong. You shouldn't have one. And hey, can we say hey to Mr. Duggar? What's up, Mr. Duggar? Thanks. Thanks,
Mr. Duggar.
Look at that. That's my bubs right there. Good to see you, Mr. Duggar.
Mr. Duggar's good. Yeah. Gosh, this is hard to listen to. Now, I know. I'm giving it to you in short spurts, just sort of like, well, never mind.
Restore reproductive freedom. As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms
are at stake. He was probably breastfeeding that
baby. To live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air,
unless you're a
and
Christian,
drink clean water, and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass.
So, climate crisis. Didn't Nancy buy just some oceanfront property?
Yeah,
Didn't Obama just buy some oceanfront property?
You know how you know all that's bullshit? Is there's no way that insurance companies, mortgage companies, all that shit would keep on selling all these oceanfront properties if in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, it was going to be underwater. Years. There's no way in hell they would ever sign their name to a fucking mortgage to give you the money to do that.
Pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So
wait, maybe if he'd have taken all the fluff that was in that deal, it wasn't just a border deal. It was all, and I hate both sides for doing this. I'm going to be honest. Yeah. I hate both sides for doing that. Pass clean bills. Like, hey, let's make a border deal. oh, well, I'll only sign on if you add this to it. I'll only sign off if you on that. Now, all this other shit that has nothing to do with the goddamn border is added into this fucking bill. And now you have people who won't vote for it. These people don't work for us. They work for their own fucking people who are paying them. That's all they fucking do.
The border deal that they were requesting everybody sign on to, that they were bitching about, sent $120 billion to Ukraine.
In our border deal. Right.
In that border deal, it was $120 billion. I think it actually was like $75 billion that was going to Ukraine. Another $40 billion that was going to Israel. And it was on our southern border, I think it ended up being something like $20 billion.
And that's what
was that $20 billion going to go to? The $20 billion was going to go to these companies that have housing on the border to process people into the country.
Yeah, and for more judges to speed up the process of getting illegals processed into our country to be not anything stopping it. It was all to process them. So when they say that and everybody looks at us like most of the money was going to goddamn Vladimir or whatever the hell, Zelensky, and money going to all like Israel and all this shit like that. That's our border deal. And then they're going to say, oh, the Republicans wouldn't sign off on it. Well, fuck no, they won't, because it's a shitty fucking border deal. It has nothing to do with our border.
And they were sitting there going, oh, this is a bipartisan deal. I'm telling you, if you're dealing with a rhino, it is not bipartisan. Rhinos
it probably started out bipartisan. You know, like, hey, let's throw $50 billion to the border. And then they were like, well, okay, I can vote for that. I can vote for that. I can vote for that. But now we're going to say this. So then they still call it bipartisan, even though everybody disagreed when they realized where the money was being relegated to.
Mm-hmm.
He ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to.
But you also have to understand he had no power. You've said that he has no power. He has no control. He wasn't president. He wasn't vice president. He wasn't even a congressman. That man wasn't even running a school board as a board member or as at a meeting. Okay,
he was probably in court.
Yeah, that you sent him there. But yet you're going to blame him for that. You're going to blame him for that getting killed. All right. If you want to believe it.
Play politics with our security. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know.
What are you going to do? An executive order? Why haven't you done that already?
See, most people, Shizzy, are so dumb. They don't understand how. I mean, a president can do executive orders on certain things, but things like this, I mean, you can't pass bills. You can't pass. People are so dumb. They think that a president can actually just jump out there and do these things. And it's the uneducated people that ruin. This is why we can't have nice stuff, because of stupid people.
Yes. Lots of stupid people. But hooray! We're so smart. We're gonna vote for a black Indian woman.
Right. Hey, wait, you're stupid because I have $100,000 in student loans, and I have I'm in break dancing, whatever. I don't want to say liberal arts, because a lot of those are good degrees. But, you look at these people that get these interpretive dance. I'm college educated.
Man,
I got a degree in this.
I studied for 4 years. I am a professor of underwater basket weaving. You leave my degree alone.
Some of these people
get away from me.
Dude, doing these trivia nights and going out and hosting these things, and not on YouTube, but in real life, and hosting these things. It's amazing. Some of the dumbest people that come in and play come in there thinking they're the smartest people. And it's hilarious to see, like, like you don't even know. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the questions that are asked, and I'm like, how do you not know this? Like, I knew this when I was in 3rd grade. Like, how do you not know this?
Mr. Duggar, it's stupid. I am stupid. I am smarter than you, Mr. Duggars, damn it. Don't make me get up on my chair, and I might break something if I do.
Mr. Duggar is my YouTube lawyer. He also specializes in YouTube or in bird law.
Yeah,
so
I know.
If
bird
ever
law.
has anything that needs any kind of bird law, I do have my retainer. So everybody out there, if you do need Mr. Duggar to represent you in YouTube, I keep him pretty busy. But
Mr. Duggar is awesome. I've met him a few times. He's good people. That's why I know I can give him shit, and he's not bent out of shape.
Oh no, you can't bend. You know our crew, man. You can't bend.
Oh, I know the crew, man. They're awesome.
I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system.
Sweetheart, there's a big difference between immigrants and illegal immigrants. Learn it, and you'll be better off.
We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
Now, Shizzy, let me ask you this. So
America,
there's 2 people on this panel right now that have married outside of this country and have immigrant wives. Okay. Boy, it sure was hard, wasn't it? Like, to do it right. Yeah. Kind of funny. I just want to make it easy for all these other people. My wife still, is trying to become a citizen, but it's so hard. We're almost to 10 years working on this. And so she can finally apply now. That's what they think about people who do it legally. But they're ready to just, give it to all these other people just walking in illegally. So, okay, cool.
Yeah, that is the goal. And you have to understand it's not about that. It's about the votes.
Well,
because you have to understand if California empties out of all of the intelligent people, the people that were there making money, living their life, doing things correctly, and their city and their country is getting completely overrun by illegals. And I will not mince words on this. They get over. Hey, how's it going, Daniel? Little D. If their country, if their state is being overrun by illegals, they don't have. Whenever the census comes out,
yes, here we go. Exactly.
Their census goes to shit. That means they lose delegates that are able to vote. They have got to 100%. Shore those up and build those people back up. Like, holy crap, we had over 100 million fucking people leave our goddamn state. What in the fuck do we do?
Oh, all of a sudden you're going from 30. What is California? How many delegates?
It's like 100 and something delegates or something.
No, it's not that many. No, it's not that many, but it's like
a lot.
Okay, let's call it 50 just for the sake.
Just for the sake.
Let's call it 50. All right. Millions of people leave. All of a sudden, California's only worth 48. You bring
not
in
even that. More like 10 or 20.
No,
if you have enough people leave, you're only worth like.
No. I was figuring to say if you have 50 votes and you have 2 million people leave, you might lose 1 or 2, 3 if you're looking at it objectively from how many people are on there. Now, if you bring in 40 or 4, 10, 8, 10, 7, whatever million more people, now you're going to gain that. That's where people say, "Oh, illegals aren't voting." Well, when the census comes out and they're counting illegals in the census in these places, that changes the electoral vote for the country. Right. And that's the other way that these people are going around and manipulating the thing. Just because there's illegals you know, oh, well, they can't vote. Maybe 1,000 of them voted, whatever.
You
Well, you
vote,
just got
they're
2 more electoral
counted
votes.
as being part of the population. So that's where your electoral votes come from.
Yes, 100%. Most people don't know basic, civics, but that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged.
Who is she negotiated with?
Yeah, I don't know. Susie, I'll be back in like 1 minute. I got a dog scratching my leg. I got to take it outside. I'll be back.
So if we're talking about negotiation, do you think she negotiated with Netanyahu? Do you think she negotiated with Vladimir Putin? Do you think she negotiated with Xi Jinping? Do you think she negotiated with the little rocket man? Do you think she made any negotiations whatsoever? I venture to say no.
With our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
But you have multiple times.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership.
Liar.
Trump, on the
You know you're a liar.
threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies.
Wrong. This is not true. This is a lie. Absolute lie. Hey, Marine girl. Yep. I'm with you, Marine girl. No, this is absolutely a lie. Obama's multi-million-dollar house in Massachusetts is on a tiny little island. It would be underwater in less than 10 years. Arthur's Vineyard is on an island. Yep. All of this is bullshit. It's a complete lie. It's being told to the American people. And this, you have to understand that so far, they've not shown any sort of policy that they're going to enact, that they couldn't enact tomorrow. Every single thing that they say, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, they can do it tomorrow, but yet they haven't.
Said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
That's not true, Jack. You're a liar!
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
They're all dead.
And let me be
So, yeah, let me see. How is their ceasefire deal going? How is that ceasefire deal going? Huh? Something like this. That how it's going?
Imagine being so dumb. Shizzy, I have nothing against Muslims. I mean, let me just say that right off the bat, because I have Muslim friends. I know Muslim people. I've been around Muslim people, and I've been to Muslim weddings, and I know some really good Muslim people. So I'm not like targeting a whole religion or anything like that.
No.
But these, those people aren't hardcore, or extremists like a lot of these people. The people here buying into the extremism of that, it's insane. You got these the queers for Palestine and shit like that. It's like, have you ever been to a Muslim country? I dare you. I dare you to carry that sign down the fucking street in a Muslim country. I dare you.
Yeah, if they're able to read it, if they understand what you're about,
I double
let's put it
dog
this
dare
way.
you.
I really hope for your sake that you've learned to fly before then.
Yeah, you better got wings, baby. You better got wings because you're gonna need them. They don't fuck around
Yes.
over there, man.
No. No, and that's also like strict Muslim belief. We're not talking about people that are like, this is my religion. Sort of like you run into Christians, but they're like Lutheran or something like that, where you're just like, I mean,
all right. Yeah. You know the difference between a Methodist and a Baptist, right? You know,
one smokes, the other one like drinks.
Yeah, the Methodists will say hi to you in the liquor store. You know, like.
Yeah,
but I mean, we have a house in a Muslim country, and it's different over there, man. It is definitely different over there.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7th.
Okay. Really?
The Ilhan Omar is gonna be pissed, dude.
Do you think?
Oh man,
you think that she's going to get the support of Ilhan Omar, or this is all lip service?
Well, I think this will probably. She's having to go for this is kind of funny right here, because her saying that she just went with Israel, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what the powers that be obviously want to do, which I agree is probably the right thing to do. I don't believe we should be sending them. You know what I mean? But Israel is our big ally over there and has been for years and years. But, she just, the PAC's going to be pissed, man. The PAC's pissed.
Do you think?
Oh, yeah. You know they are.
Or do you think they're just like, yeah, she doesn't mean words she says?
Well, there's
she's
that
lied
too.
through. I mean,
Okay.
are you really going to take her seriously? She's been lying throughout the entire night. Do you think that anything is going to change that she's telling the truth here?
Right, I agree with that. I do.
Or is it
Okay,
just
I
lip
got you. That's a
service?
good point. That's a good point. But
They know
to
it's
the
lip
people-
service.
But does everybody listening know that this lip service is the problem? So now they're going to have to go say that's lip service, or how are they going to explain that to their constituents and things like that? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, this is funny to watch. Funny to watch breakdown. I'll shut up and let it play.
Unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety.
Have you seen this yet?
Over again, the scale of suffering
Okay.
is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right.
So she just
to
played
dignity,
both sides of the
security,
fence.
freedom, and self-determination.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So you haven't heard this. We're watching this like first time together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
Wrong.
Because they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know
Oh,
Trump
God.
won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself.
So you got a guy traveling around trying to just make world peace and meet with these people and try to make deals and everything like that. So now he's just like, buddy. I mean, I would much rather have Kim Jong-un just sitting there smiling, eating goddamn, an ice cream cone with Joe Biden or, whatever, than having constant threats of war and political unrest around the world. It's pretty smart to just, you don't have to there's a lot of people in my life, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in your life, Shizzy, that we've walked up to and we've sucked it up and, kind of pretended to like them because it might better our futures. And we've all had to do that. We've all had a boss, or we've all had a thing. We've all, gone for a job interview, and you're like, God damn, this son of a bitch is a prick, but I'm gonna be fucking
Well, I mean,
the nicest person I
it
can
would
be.
be like my wife's friends or my friends of mine that my wife is just like, oh, but she sucks it up.
Right.
She's nice, and she tries to be as kind as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Or same with her. It's like,
it's our friend. It's our friend, Sissy. Let's just be honest.
Usually is.
It's our friends. Yeah. I mean, normally my wife's friends aren't fucking bad, but some of mine, I'm like,
right.
Yeah. She's like, I'm scared.
My friends are hard. My wife's friends are hardcore liberals, and I usually, whenever they start talking about politics, because I get up and I walk away, and she was just like, well, where did you go? I was like, listen, if they're going to tell lies about bullshit that's not true, why would I spend the next fucking 4 hours telling them that that's absolute bullshit? Like, it makes you look really bad, and I'm not going to do that to you. So
sad thing is too, though. Yeah, I agree. I walk away from those situations too. What I was going to say is the sad thing is you probably first you get up, you walk away, you're like, all right, fuck this conversation. I don't even want to get involved. My wife invited me here. I'm not going to do this. Let me just go to the table. And then you go over there and it's a bunch of hummus and shit. And it's like, God damn, I just wanted a pig in a blanket. God damn it. Where's the pig in the blankets? And it's a fucking bunch of hummus starting to turn green.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here, in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us.
People in other countries look out for each other way better than we do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. Our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are.
What in the fuck is she rambling about now? I lost interest.
I don't know, man. We need to make a cutout. Why don't we get a cutout? And then what we'll do, go back where she had her mouth open. We can make a cutout. And you can do the thing, you can go for super chats. And, for every super chat, you take a hot dog and never mind. That's probably
that works.
America, let us show each other and the world who.
Like that one?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. So if we drew a hot dog.
No, you get a real hot dog. You print that out on your computer and put it on a little stick. And you hold it up in the air right there in front of you and take a hot dog and just go. Every super.
How many hot dogs can I fit through the hole?
Right, exactly. A dollar a hot dog. $1 a hot dog.
$1 a hot dog?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. And you might eat shit in there. This economy.
I don't know. In this economy, it had to be $10 a hot dog because
you have to pick them back up. You have to go for them.
Hot dogs are freaking expensive.
I know it, man. Especially the ones that actually are made out of real beef.
I know. It's just oh no, that's a beef, pork, chicken thing.
Yeah, I know. The ones that you boil in the water and it looks like Kool-Aid when you're done. You're like, God damn, yeah, that's fucked up.
It's what plant did they get this from?
I saw somebody the other day. It was like a vegan party. And it was one of those videos, that you see on YouTube. God. Or yeah, and they were making hot dogs out of carrots. So it was like they were seasoning carrots with these things and then boiling these carrots in the thing and putting them in these buns and eating them. And I was like, fucking A, send the fucking asteroid right now. You know, I can't deal with this.
Oh, that actually is a pretty good image of how she spent most of her political career. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, that was all of her political career, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know exactly what that looks like. You know the blow up doll that you would buy that looks like you got hit in the mouth with a doorknob. That is exactly it, right there.
Yeah, that is totally it right there. It's just.
When they say with or without the love holes, you just order the Kamala. So
yeah, I mean, if you order the Kamala today, you too can get.
Sorry,
get
Shizzy, man. I got bad jokes, man.
I know, but they're beautiful. That's the best part about it. It's just like, oh, aren't you special? Oh, it's a camel toe. I almost post. Could you imagine a camel toe with that face?
Oh my god. How often do you think it needs water?
Oh, that's even worse right there. Good Lord. That's like, oh.
That's the one you need because you could blow that up right there and you could put that hot dog down there, have it on a little fucking popsicle stick, a big blow up sign, and just feed fucking quick start hot dogs. Those ones that used to be 69 cents, they're probably like $10 now. But
yeah, they're not cheap anymore. I mean, let's put it this way: you could probably get her to blow you cheaper than a hot dog.
Probably
right now.
I know. Don't tell Johnny Chestnut that or Joey Chestnut that.
Yeah, well, because he would probably try it.
And what we stand for: freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities.
All things that you don't really believe in.
Endless
Heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world.
We're not in
and on behalf of
No, we're not a democracy. It is all about mob. Whenever someone says democracy, just remember the word democracy means mob rule.
Yes.
If you remember anything about tonight, anytime you hear the word democracy, it means mob rule. So this will be the greatest mob rule that you've ever been part of. Don't you want to be the best mob rule ever?
That's why the United States of America.
Never been a mob rule like this in the United States.
It is a mob rule right there. They're taking over. Nobody voted for her. Nobody did anything in the primary. They just put her in there. In the name of democracy, the United States is a constitutional republic, is what it is. And it's not a democracy. So,
no.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. You shown us who you are, dumbness.
Our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty. We must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done.
How many times do you think she practices?
Oh, well, the thing that she never practiced, she just sort of came natural. But you have to remember this one simple fact that there is a tree of liberty, freedom.
Oh yeah.
And that tree needs to be watered. And I think that it's been low on water.
But it's very joyful to water the tree, and the tree feels joy when you water it. So
yes, it's a joyful tree.
Guided by optimism and faith.
Like the giving tree.
For this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That's gonna throw up.
I mean, I agree with her, but the way that she's wanting to get there, it's sort of like, there's an easier way. It's like you see that guy that's sitting there with the battering ram, and he's slamming it into that steel door, and his arms are about to fall off, and he's just ramming it in there. and you just walk over and you turn the doorknob and you open.
Right, you never checked to see if it was unlocked.
Like you're going about it the hard way, man. All you got to do is just check and see if it's actually unlocked.
Right. Yeah, they walk. I've always laughed at it too. They walk up, they're like, boo, boo, and they bang on the door, and nobody answers. They start ramming. It's like, did anybody turn the knob? It might be open, you know.
Might already be open. All you have to do. Oh wow, imagine that.
So let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there. Let's vote for it. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you.
If you want to hear the most,
she's gotten jive though. She keeps getting more and more jive. She's trying to keep it like right there between the jive and the not jive, but she's gotten more jive as she's gone along.
Well, of course, you know, she's hitting that role. You know, she had the Rivernell Sharpton there, right there. You tell her how you got to do this.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Amen. You know, here's the thing. All she would have to do, is just show her tits.
Do you think they look good?
I bet they're probably pretty firm. Even for
I mean,
I would bet that she's had work done on them because she's had work done on her face.
I mean, they're all real if you can touch them. I mean, that's the rule I've always gone by in my life.
Exactly.
But I mean, yeah, she's probably so. All right, we're putting never mind. Sorry, different audience. I'll shut up.
We're sexualizing our future president. Well,
no, I know we're not. You might be, but I already said. I said, "Would you?" You said, "Yeah." I said, "No," but you know, I mean,
I would look at him. I said, I would look at him. I mean, I didn't say I would touch him. I'd be afraid of her biting me or something. Those teeth. Have you seen those things?
Oh my god,
they're like Beavis without fucking braces. Good freaking god.
Yeah, she's absolutely horrible.
I mean, she's had work done. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
They've all had work done.
I've known plenty of strippers. You know, no judgment. I'm just saying I've known plenty of strippers. She's had work done.
Why is Bill Clinton the only person who has not had any work done? Because goddamn, poor Bill Clinton. I guess everybody left him out of the thing. He looks like death warmed over. I mean, he's like,
well, and that's actually the other night was the best he's looked in a while. But you know, makeup goes a long way.
Yeah, he looks pretty rough, man.
Yeah, still. I mean, and that's with the makeup. He still look pretty fucking rough. Oh God. So are you inspired? Does this inspire you?
I squirted at least 3 or 4 times. I mean, this is fucking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't find it. Like they seem to be looking for like the perfect picture.
It's all fake.
Look, honey. It is. Oh, look. It's my cuck husband. Wave cuck husband.
Oh, yeah, he's a cuck, man, definitely.
Oh yeah, he watches while she gets just totally reamed by the latest fucking rapper.
Oh yeah,
he's just like, but it's okay, it's okay.
You know what's so miserable about that is I don't even think that's true. I think they're just miserable people. Like they probably never have sex. They probably never have like their lives are so consumed in themselves. That they don't even have that. He doesn't even have the pleasure of watching her get banged by the latest rapper. Like none of them ever have sex.
No, I don't see it happening. I really don't. It's just like, well, of course I don't care to see it happen either way.
No, and I don't think Donald Trump's out there banging Melania every other day either. You know, I'm not going down that road, but. No. It's none of these people have real, heart-filled lives, which is sad. And that's not what politics is supposed to be about. Politics, your representatives were supposed to be like, hey, such and such lives down the road that does, has the cornfield. He won our local, thing. Now he's the representative for a couple of years and blah, blah, blah. Now we're moving on to the next person. It's supposed to be about the people. Now politicians are like these overlords. They're forgetting the fact that they are supposed to be, we're not their constituents. They are our constituent, I guess is how you would say it.
They're our representative.
Right.
Of what
they're
we,
supposed to
what
do
we
what we
believe.
say. But they don't. And that's a big problem in our government right now, is how I feel. That they look at you like a peasant, and it's become a norm. So many people look at that like we do. You know what I'm getting at.
Here's the thing.
Bad fate. It's going back to what we left to become what we are. Is what it's
so. And it's like this. There's YouTubers out there that look at the viewer, the chat, and they view you as their paycheck. They don't view you as human beings with lives and, misconceptions and ideas and thoughts and ideas and happiness and sadness and all this kind of stuff. They view chat as being this is you're my paycheck. You're the ones that are supposed to be like, I'm your idol. You're supposed to worship me. There are YouTubers out there that view their chat that way.
90% of YouTubers out there do that, from what I've seen.
Yeah, and I see that a lot in the law tube area. I mean, not all of them.
I don't like that. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the law tube people.
Yeah, I don't either.
They're very pretentious. They're very pretentious, and the only profession you wouldn't need if you didn't have is a lawyer.
Well,
the only profession you wouldn't need if you didn't have is a lawyer. We all need them now, but it's the only one you wouldn't need if you didn't have.
Well, and that's the thing. If you were a lawless country, why would you need a lawyer?
Man, in Indonesia, it's funny as fuck. I've actually witnessed this. If people get in a car wreck on the side of the road, you know who wins that? Whoever can get the fucking every bit of money out of the other person's fucking pocket. And it's a fist fight in the street. And I'm not joking. This is not bullshit.
I know what you're saying.
If you call the cops, now the cops are involved. Now you're having to pay the cops. Now you're having to pay the thing. People get out. I've witnessed this firsthand.
Now the cops. Now you're dealing with the person that has a firearm that's going to take everybody's money.
That wants your cash. They don't want to report it. It's not a ticket that you got to take to court. Oh no, they want your money right now. And I mean, it's fucked up. It's like, yeah, you motherfucker, you running my car. No, you running my car. And it's like, give me your fucking money, and they'll take every goddamn time and drive the fuck away. And it is what it is.
Well, and like I said, I've said this before, that these politicians they believe that they are rock stars, kings and queens, and there's a reason why. And I'm talking the same about Trump as I am about Pelosi or whatever Skankhole's name is. I forget, Camel Toe, whatever. It's no different in anybody that's in this position. They need that adoration. That is what they crave.
You have to be assumed to think you can lead people.
Yes.
Which I have nothing against that. I mean, I think a good leader should know and be confident in themselves. I think that is probably one of the first things with a good leader, is to be confident in yourself and to be able to lead people. But I do get we're on we're on the same page.
Yeah.
You gotta who is it? Joni Mitchell. I look at things from both sides now. Up and down. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you have to do that. And to be an intelligent person, you have to look at things from both sides. You have to look at things from all ways up and down. You can't just fixate on one particular thing and let your mind do that. You have to look at things from all over the goddamn concept, the whole fucking thing. And if you can't do that, then you need to take a step back and then take a step forward and take a step back and then look at it again, because it's a crazy world we're living in, and somebody should sell tickets.
Well, and you know, you do woodworking, right?
Yep.
How many times have you looked at it? It's at a project that you're working on, and you just step back and you go, something about this doesn't look right. I can't put my finger on it, but it's there in the back of your mind, and you're going, I need to step away for a second. I need to go grab a cigarette. I need to have a drink, something, because something's not right, and I can't put my finger on it. And then you come back and you look at it in a different perspective, and you go, oh, yeah, that's not going to hold if I do it this way. Just because you've been doing it long enough that there's that just something in the back of your mind triggers you, and you say, something's not right here. And I've done the same thing whenever I was, working on cars. I do woodworking also, but working on cars especially, I'd be putting something together and I'm just zipping right through it. And I'm just like, wait a minute, that went together too easily. What did I forget? And then I'm like checking, how many bolts do I have? How many nuts do I have over here?
Yeah, got a funny joke for you, Shizzy, and you got to remember this. So you obviously run around with people who work on cars and shit like that. I'm sure you still have friends that work on cars. Okay, so what you always have to do, and I mean, this is worth the $2, the $3, the $4, and going by the other part store and buying 2 balls. Okay, so.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So many times.
I've done it.
I've gone to people out there, they're in their front yard, they're working on a car, they're doing this thing and doing this thing. And you always have like the hubcap or the whatever, they're just putting their bolts in, or the pan, whatever part they're working on. And you just walk there and then you put like that extra bolt in there. And you put,
oh God. Oh no. See, working whenever I was working at Honda, because I would end up, stripping down an entire engine, and a lot of them, you
got 2 bolts left.
I'm sitting there with a handful of nuts and bolts of something that's been trashed. It's like totally torn apart. I know what all the bolts are, and then what I'll do is I'll walk over with a bunch of these nuts and bolts, and then set them down like in various spots, like where they've been working. And just watch them go nuts. And each one of those nuts and bolts will work on the car. But they're just sitting there going, did I, it's like, why do I have, 16 oil pan bolts and there's only 10 for the car? And they're sitting there going, what did I forget to put together? And just watching them freak out.
Right.
Glorious.
I've done that to so many friends working on things, just toss a bolt in the pan, they get it all put it back together. They're like, remember when we used to have to work on those brakes with the springs? What the fuck they call them? Why am I having a brain fart? Probably because
they call them shoes.
Yeah, the brake shoes. Not just brakes, but the oh fuck. Come on, man, help me out here.
Because you have rotors, you have drum rotors, which are disc brakes.
Drum brakes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. I remember having to do the old drum brakes on the thing. I remember the first time I had a 300 ZX. I thought, no money, and I got that thing, and I was about to change the brakes, and I was used to changing drum brakes on the back. All of a sudden, I had this thing. I didn't realize. I bent a C-clamp, like multiple C-clamps. I was trying to compress that cylinder, I didn't realize. And we got the internet now.
It rotates.
It rotates. And it's got a little star key that you rotate that thing. I mean, I was bending C-clamps with like a pole on there. I'm like, oh my God, why isn't this working? But yeah, it rotated. But it was still a drum brake, but it was But no, they were disc. It was
no, they were disc. They were disc.
Yeah, it was disc because it was an 84. It said Datsun and Nissan on the back. But it was that was my first lesson in
It, you know, there's nothing worse than whenever you get one of those, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. And you're just like, okay. And then you watch them with like a Toyota Tundra and you watch them like pull the disc brakes off and then let them hang by the metal wire, the metal brake lines.
Right.
And you're going, you know what you're doing, right? And they're just like, I got this. And then they put it back together. And then the first time they pump the brakes, that brake line goes, and you're just like, what happened? I was like, you're going to have to order a new brake line from Toyota. And they go, what do you mean? I just patch it up. I'm like, you can't patch it up. You have to replace it. And they look at you like, why didn't you tell me? I did. You told me you knew what you were doing. Get the fuck out of your face. Have at it. Gotcha.
Do you remember having to go? I remember like you never ordered parts like back then. You would go to like, I'd always go to Nutshooks fucking salvage yard. And you go out there in the salvage yard because you didn't have the fucking money to buy the new part or whatever. You go out there in the salvage yard, you got your toolkit with you. You go out there and drive around till you see the one. They're like, yeah, I think we might have one over there. Baby, go back there about, halfway down that way and go look to the right. There might be one of them sitting over there. And you're like, oh, yeah, cool. And you got your little toolkit and you get in there and you're like, whoa, out of the thing, there's this thing that looks like 5 people died in a 2-seater car. And you're like, holy fuck. And, wow. They might have a master cylinder in that thing, and you go in there and pop the hood, and there's a master cylinder sitting there. You're like, woohoo! And you take your brake, your tools out, and take that, go over to the thing. And they're like, that'll be $12. And it's like, woohoo! Go back and put it on your own car. There you go.
Yep. And sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't.
Exactly.
It's like, all right, I'm out $12 now. I've got to go buy a brand new one because that was the last car
back then,
Oh yeah, it was. All right, we're gonna close this thing down, ladies and gentlemen. You know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed. And it's just it's a chill freaking evening. Don't let this political shit bother you because it shouldn't bother you. You should just go, hey, I'm going to vote who in the fuck I feel like voting for. Be happy with who you vote for. And don't let anybody tell you, what you need to believe or care about. Believe in yourself. And I guarantee you all the rest of this shit is just fucking noise. Have a good evening. Peace.